Meet, learn, connect, and prepare. Pathfinder to the University. Meet, learn, connect, and prepare. May you live here today not just excited about the journey ahead, but well prepared for it. Once again, on behalf of the Pathfinder Initiative, welcome to Pathfinder to the University 1.0. Let's meet, learn, connect, and prepare. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you, visionary Nomi Ajogu Ako. I hope I got that right, doctor. Great. Okay. Pathfinder to the University. You see, Mrs. Nomi is very, very calm. Oh. Me, I'm a very interactive person. I like it. You know, when I talk, I want you to give it to me. Don't. All right. And we are young people here. We're not. We are the Gen Zs. Me, am I a millennial? God. I'm a millennial, right? And you are what? You're a millennial. Excuse me, doc? You guys are Gen Zs. They are not Gen Alphas here, are they? They are not Gen Alphas. They are Gen Zs, and Gen Zs are known for the hey, hey, hey. They've got the fire, the groove, the vibes. So please don't give me this. Let's calm down. In fact, I'm a senior adolescent. Permit me to say that. All right. If you were at the adolescent program yesterday, all of us there, the mommies and the daddies, were senior adolescents. So please, let's come down to our level. I'm just your senior friend. We are peers. Okay. Right. Thank you. So Pathfinder to University, meet, learn, connect, and prepare. I thought they were in alphabetical order. Connect, learn. L is before M. Connect, learn, meet. But Nomi has given us the order. Meet, learn, connect, and prepare. Let's get that right. So we're going to be doing all of that here today. We are meeting, and I told us to meet somebody. Initially, before they were done setting up, I said, meet. How many of us did that? Let me see if you are really ready for the university, because university, some of us have gone now. You will meet people. Did you meet anybody? I did. Did you meet anybody? I told us. Where are the people that did my assignment? That simple task. That's where it begins. Table 1. Hello. I see you. Did you? You did meet somebody. Do we have another mic here, please? Is it just this? You're going to tell us who you met, and before we go into the keynote speech, let's have you. You met somebody, or you've already known the person before. You didn't meet any. I said meet somebody new. You did not come and meet me. You don't like my face. As fine as I am. It's not fair. Who did? Who met somebody new? Caris, you were not here when I gave that instruction. You met someone new. Great. Please come. Come, my gender. Please come. Let's clap for her. This is how it begins. Instruction. Meet somebody new. Some of you were pressing phone. It's not fair. You're not treating me well. Tell us your name, who you met, and whatever it is you want to share about the person you met.
Okay. My name is Gift Tunisin, and I met this wonderful lady, and her name is Okebuli Chidema, and she's from Imo State. She is in SS2 from boarding school, and she aspired to be medicine, and she aspired to be a gynecologist, medicine and surgery department. Thank you.
Chidema confirm correct. She's giving her a thumbs up. Please, let's all give her a thumbs up. Thank you. Great. Who else? I met Aneka. So you not think that I don't preach what I don't do. I'm not do what I say, don't do what I do. I do it. I lead the way. I met Aneka. I met Blessing. Blessed. I met somebody else, one more person. There are 3 persons. I met 3 persons. Where is she? I met you're going to be Otite. Your son is Otite. Please clap for me, I beg. It's not easy. Do you know my age? At my age, my memory is not failing me. Okay, just go. Let's just go. Shall we continue? Okay, for the want of time. Okay. Tea or coffee? Tea or coffee? Coffee. Moi or beans? Moi or beans? Where are the mois? You don't like the beans, but it's still beans, so anyhow, it's just processed. Okay. Shawarma or salad? Oh, you are healthy eaters. Clap for yourselves, please. Where are the shawarma people? The shawarmas, let me see. See them. Oh. But the salad people, they have it. Okay. Okay, so would you rather have me give you 1M and have your phone for 1 day? I keep your phone for 1 day and give you 1M. Where are the Monicas? Where are the Monicas? I keep your phone for 1 day, 24 hours. Give me your phone, 24 hours, or take 1 million. Where are they? Okay, you give me your phone. Let me see your hand. Take 1 million. Okay, you take 1 million. Okay, or you take the 1 million and give me your phone. I don't even understand. For 1 day. So that means people are not phone freaks. Wow, please clap for yourselves. Hey, some people when their phone just even develop screen problem, it's fever. Okay, unlocked for 1 day. Okay. Okay, so let's do this last one before I go to the next. So would you rather have your mommy and daddy go through your search history or have the 1 million I was going to give you? You don't want me to go through your search history? Oh, Jesus Christ. Doc, are you hearing? Are we here? Are we here? That means there's a skeleton in that search history. We're going to get it out. All right, that's just by the way. Okay. Please don't delete your search history. We may just see it one of these days. So please. But search clean. Search clean. Tell your neighbor, search clean. All right. That was just a way of coming out. Now, so relax, relax, relax. Remember, we are meeting, we are connecting, we are learning, we're praying for our future. Now, I'd like to welcome our keynote speaker. You know, Mrs. Nomi said it's more like a conference, so we have a keynote speaker, and he's a wonderful gentleman. Oh, please clap for him before I call his name. Wonderful gentleman. A good definition of humility and a professional. My friend's husband. The head of team Ajogu Ako. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ajogu Ako, our keynote speaker for his address. Thank you so much, Doc.
Thank you, Madam Faith, for that. Do I say hyping? All right, I'm going to be very brief as much as possible. My mission is to share more of my experience as much as possible. And the reason is this. You cannot live, these are not my words, you cannot live long enough to experience everything that there is in this world. So you need to learn from the experiences of others. Okay? So as much as possible, I'll try to keep it brief and share some of my stories. Permit me to say thank you to the conveners of this initiative. I mean, there are several practitioners there in that group or in that team. I would not have even thought that I am the best fit, of course, for the keynote address. Yeah, but people who experience this thing every day. But I think I have something to share that you will learn from. Okay? So please, help me to celebrate those who are behind this initiative. Please put your hands together for them. that's the best way to give back after many years of experience and mastery. I'll be talking to you in a very short time because there are other sessions hereafter that will drill down to the details for you. Preparing for success before the journey begins. Success does not begin at the point that you are graduating from the university. Success begins even long before you step your feet on the campus. Why did I say this? Let's go to the next slide. My reason for saying this is, if you arrive on campus and you are not ready for the journey, you do not have a mental picture of what you want to become, you are likely to end up living another person's purpose or being derailed with several vices on campus. So I have put together what I call this framework for success that will help you. That's why I started with the first point: conceive the future. The desired future you are talking about is a success that we are referring to. You need to conceive it. If you do not conceive it and you just come to campus like that, thinking that situations will shape that future for you, you have missed it already. Now, I want you to think about a woman who is pregnant. There was a time I wrote an article and I talked about purpose being synonymous with pregnancy. And the women will understand this better. What it means to conceive a baby, how you pass through carrying the baby for 9 months. There are some do's and don'ts until you deliver the baby. That's what happens with success. It can be conceived. Permit me to tell you this morning that nobody succeeds accidentally. Everyone who has succeeded in the past had a mental picture of what they want to become. That's the highest point of it. Your success begins with a conception of the future that you desire. Carry a clear picture of who you want to become. All right? So I want you to say with me, we already have established that Pathfinder initiative has to do with connecting or meeting, connecting, learning, and preparing. I want you to say this as well after me, that the future is not a place you enter. Say after me. It is something that you conceive, build, protect, and fulfill. Let me change that to success. So you can as well say that success is not something that appears accidentally. Something you conceive, you build, you protect, and fulfill. So that's all about this speech today. So to build means to translate the vision into habits, into learning, into skills and values. A lot of us went through school in those days, and for me, I went with an idea of what I wanted. I wanted to graduate from my department, from my class, as a best student. I was not surprised that I made that mark. But the goals you set for yourself determines the amount of energy or how you build towards that goal. I failed in the aspect of graduating with a first class, but I met my goal. I graduated with 4.46, and some of you already know what that means. So I never had a vision of graduating with a first class. So I was not surprised that I was close to it but didn't achieve it. So before I stepped on campus, I had an idea. In fact, when I came to the school, I entered from 200 level. So those from 100 level already, there was a lady that was on top of that class before I came. So when I joined in 200 level, I was asking quietly, who is on top of this class? You know, when you have a vision, you are likely to be attracted by people who have similar visions or expectations or goals or dreams. Okay, it was not long after the 200 level, she still maintained the top in the class. 300 level, I displaced her. Because I came with that target. So everything I was doing was already directed towards my vision. Okay? So imagine that I came to school carelessly, without any conception of the future that I desire. So at the point that you build, okay, I don't want to speak to everything on this one slide. Just go to the next slide. So the point of conceiving the future, I've talked about that. Don't arrive at the campus with an empty mind. It's like the womb is empty. So it's easy for conception to still happen. When there is conception already, it is impossible for another conception to happen on an existing pregnancy. So when you arrive there empty, you give a room. Your mind becomes a breathing space for many vices that are on campus. And some people become pregnant with cultism because they were not pregnant before they came to school. Some enter into drug abuse. Some go into malpractices of different sorts. As a matter of fact, I have experiences, or I've seen people who were my mates then, both in primary school, in secondary school, and in the university, that dropped off. They came into school carelessly. Some were pregnant, some were expelled because of cultism, others were expelled because of exam malpractice, and all those. But because I came with a purpose, I was always prepared. So define what you want to become, the impact you want to make. As a matter of fact, your success goes even beyond the four walls of the university. The university is like the incubator that prepares you for the broader life that you will live when you get into the society. So it's a preparatory ground. A clear purpose leaves less room for destructive influences. That's all about conceiving of that future, of the success that you have defined for yourself. Remember, success has different levels. I told you that I went to the university with my definition of success was to graduate from my class as a best graduating student. I achieved that. But other people who define success as something higher than that, you could hear that this GP that this person is called is like the best in the past 10 years. People go with such targets and they make inquiries about what has been in place before they came and how they can chart the path to that success that they are looking for. So can you ask yourself what future that you are carrying into the university? If you have not conceived that now, the Holy Spirit will help you. Before you leave here, to have a clear picture of success or that future that you desire before you step into the university. Maybe for those who are already in the university and are here, I expect that some people are already here that are in the university already. For you, it is not too late. You can redesign the future and drive towards it. Let's go to the next slide. I want to make it as brief as possible. So when you are building that success or that future that you desire, you need some systems in place. That's what building is. You need some systems in place to support that idea that you have, that mental picture that you have already conceived in that first step. So academic excellence is one of the ways that you demonstrate that future you by building yourself when you get to school. Discipline is important. There are times that you have to stay awake all through the night. Sometimes. Rest, there's a place for rest, but there's a place for rigor. I can tell you that. Nobody succeeds from a comfort zone. Mark my words. I have always said, I remember then in school, I used to tell people, my friends, they will say, this guy, you know book. I don't know book. It's the effort that I put into my studies that made the difference. I had an experience before I got to the university. I had gone to the Polytechnic. I went to Federal Polytechnic, Ida, where I did an ND before I took direct entry to the university. So 3 years was what I spent there. For the first 2 years, I was struggling with a lower credit. Okay? I was struggling. You know why? When I got there empty. Recall that I told you must conceive something before you get to a higher institution. I didn't conceive. It was my first time getting to a higher institution. So I graduated from secondary school and I just arrived there empty, with an empty mind, naive. And the friends around me were those that were ladies' men. And before long, I had nothing to hide. I had already told my wife some of these stories before we got married. Before long, I had girlfriend like them, something that was altogether strange and new to me. And you know what that means? I will leave my own. I was staying in the hostel. The lady was staying off campus. I will leave hostel, walk through, no touch, nothing, no light. Walk through some dark paths. Thank God that no serpent, attacked me during that period. In the night, I could have stumbled on cultists as well. Of course, there were times I was walking in the night. There was a day that I saw some people moving in groups that were wearing black. thank God that it was the time that the moon was alive at that time. So I saw them from the distance and had to escape. I already knew that there are people who are men of the underworld, you know. What are they doing at that time? Wearing black. So I had to escape, use another. If you see the way I ran, not once, 2 times. And at some points, they were already tracing me to my hostel. But you know what helped me? To cut the long story short, what helped me? By the way, I was already going out with them. They go out to drink. Some of them, they drink to stupor. They come to the hostel. They'll be vomiting over the night. And these are my friends. We live in the same room. That was the first time I would attend a party. Night party. Dancing to ungodly music. I was there dancing. That was my first time in the university. I had no mental picture of what I want to be. So, but then, what happened? Even, of course, when they go out to drink, I join them, go out with them. At some points, I will be taking more. They'll tell me, this one is a woman, you know. And at some point, I wanted to prove them wrong. I said, okay, I can drink as well. Okay? But you can see that because I had no picture of what success is, I was already being derailed. But you know what happened? It's like the story of the prodigal son. How many of you know that story? You know the story? I came back to my senses in the last year, ND2. One of the days, something dawned on me. You know, he came back to his senses. That thing has happened to me. And I sat down to reason. I said, how do you want to live here? Look at how you have performed over the last 1 year. Of course, 3 years I had passed through pre-ND before. I had 1 semester left at this time. But thank God for restoration. I called the lady to my hostel. We sat under one orange tree, and I told her, no more. This is not who I am. Did you hear that? That was the end of it. She tried to use her friends to call me and say, what's happening? We can still build, you know, what's the problem? No, that was the first time that I conceived. I got pregnant for success. That was the first time, last semester. But you see what? The challenge with that is it's not everybody that will be lucky. That they will conceive success in the middle of the road and still come out with anything meaningful. For me, I was lucky. You know why? All the lower credits I was getting were a bit up. 2.8 something, 2.8, So the last semester, I sat down and I read. You know what? I got a distinction that brought all of those ones to upper credit. That was how I even got a direct entry in the first place to go to the university. Of course, if I had a lower credit, that would not have happened. I would have had to write JAMB again. Okay? So my experience is quite different. I've not written JAMB. When they say JAMB, jam some people. JAMB has not jammed me before. I've never written JAMB in my life. Yes. Okay. So, but the bottom line is you build using discipline. Develop skills. There are many things to do. Stop jumping around with people who have no purpose. You end up living the lives of others. Okay? And such negative influence, your mind becomes the breathing ground for it. So develop leadership skills, capacity, strong values. Connect with mentors that can help you while in school. I want to ask a question on this point. What must I learn? What must I develop? What do I want to become? And how can I become that thing I have conceived? Have you thought of that? Move to the next slide, please. I think I'm taking a lot of time. I tried not to tell much of my story. because I know it will take much time. You need to protect it. I've talked about that in the area of building. The difference between the second step and the third step is that you build positive values. This third one is you protect your vision from negative or bad influence. So protect it against peer pressure, protect it against cultism, drug abuse, protect it against time wasters. There are some poor choices that we make in school that impact our journey. Social media addiction in this era, in my time, it was not as much. The kind of phones that were in vogue then were not such that will consume your time. Just number, just dial, send text, that's all. I didn't even have a phone until I think I got to 300 level or so. So those gadgets were not there to derail us. Addiction to social media can kill your dream. That is something you protect against. And some relationships, like I told you my story. There are some pleasures that we want to have, momentary ones. They rob us of the future that we desire. What you tolerate today can sabotage the future that you desire. Let's go to the next slide. I think my time should be almost up. So the last point I'm giving you is to fulfill that future that you desire, that success that you have conceived. That, for me, looks more like the time in the university when you are in your final year. That is the point where you wrap up. But you know what? I have left it as fulfill because you don't just graduate from school and that is the end of it. Success transcends beyond the four walls of the university. What you have built, it is time to unveil you after you leave the university. And fulfilling it does not mean it is only in the university. But I'm thinking that the point of fulfilling your future or your pregnancy of what success is in your final year and beyond. Final year and beyond. Because some people, why did I say so? Some people started well. But somewhere close to the end of it, if they felt, am I the only one? And at some points, they just, give up on their targets. So please, you need to push through. It is also synonymous with the time in women that they call the due date of pregnancy. That's the time that you bring forth what you have conceived after 9 months. And when you bring forth, you don't just bring forth and go and relax. A lot of, time has to be spent to nurture the child and put the child up and the child grows. Take a lesson from the bamboo tree, the Chinese bamboo tree. When it is planted, the farmer keeps watering it the first year, the second year, the third year, the fourth year, nothing is seen, but it's developing roots underneath. So the time that it is fulfilled may just be a very short time. You see the plant grow rapidly after the fourth year, but nobody knew the preparation that went underneath. So for you to be able to get to this point that you fulfill it, hard work, you must be consistent, you must be resilient, you must continue to persevere, don't give up. Continue to improve yourself. It goes beyond the time you spend in the university. Your final year should deliver a dream you have already conceived and built. Let's go to the next Okay. As I'm concluding, I want to share a story with you of 3 bricklayers. Bricklayers were laying bricks. Someone was passing by. And the person asked the first bricklayer, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm laying bricks." He moved to the next person. "What are you doing?" He said, "I am earning a living." But when he got to the third person, guess what he said? He smiled and said, "I am building a cathedral that long after I am gone will inspire many generations." So be such a person that you are not derailed by the lectures and the pressures that the lecture brings. Do not be derailed by the difficulty in preparing assignments and doing research. Do not be derailed by the number of times you have to stay awake to prepare for exams. See the future you are building. See the impact you will make. When you conceive a vision, it creates energy in you for you to push towards that vision. You must conceive something. Say with me for the last time, the future that I desire is not something to enter carelessly. It's something I must conceive, I must build, I must protect, and I must fulfill. Please put your hands together for yourself. Thank you for your time. God bless.
Amazing, amazing, amazing keynote speech. Let's put our hands together once again for our keynote speaker, Dr. Ajogu Ako. I beg your pardon. All right. I hope we got value from that session. Right? And I saw a lot of us writing, like seriously taking notes. You're not writing Jambo, but for yourself. In fact, it's like your life is jamming. Let's not even go there. Thank you so much. That was insightful. I got, even me that I'm not trying to get into the university or any tertiary institution, I got so much value. Success begins long before you get into the university, and that's why we're here. So please clap for yourselves once again. And I know some of us are already in school, some of us are already done, isn't it? And we have different stories to tell, truth be told, right? If I call some of us that are already in school or those that are out of school, we have to, his story is different from my story. If you hear my story, oh God, you want to grab me and say, you mean? Some of you that, I've written a book now. I dropped out because I was not prepared from the university. All right? After 5 years of trying to study chemical engineering, I didn't graduate as a chemical engineer. I had to now start school again. Thankfully, I have my BSc. I've got some other certifications and everything. But if I had got the opportunity, you have. So please, that's why you should not be pressing your phone while he's talking. Especially the girls, so. Those of us that went to boarding, I'm not going to preach for you. Those of us that went to boarding house, I went to boarding house, and it was all girls' school. It was all girls' school. So I wasn't used to boys, chiking me. I wasn't used to guys. But when I got to university, freedom at last, hallelujah. And I'm a pastor's child. Pastor's children. We are the pastor's children here. Or your mommy is the leader in church, daddy. So when my life was all about church, home, church, and then I went to boarding house. Then now I went to university. I saw a pastor's child laughing at me. We'll see after now. And I went to the university, and before I come out from one lecture hall, one guy, even as smallish as I was then, I'm still very, very cute. Please celebrate me. Please do. Yes. Because if I tell you my age, you will not believe it. Excuse me. Yes. So I wasn't used to all these people stopping me on the road, and I got distracted. Nobody taught me how to balance. I'll be having tests. Tomorrow I'll be going for concerts. I want to sing. There was no balance. But I wish, Dr. Ajogo, there was a doctor that called for people like me there. I wish there was Pathfinders. I don't know why Naomi was not there. I wish Dr. Ijoma was there then. I wish Dr. Sandra was there then to call for girls and boys like me then. I wouldn't have made that mistake. And that's why you cannot afford to make the same mistake some of us made. Thank you so much, sir, for that keynote address. It just triggered something in me, and I felt I should share. So we have people that are already on campus. Some of us are out. We're going to be having a panel session. And I'd like to invite them. Please pay attention so that you don't get knocked off on arrival. The panel discussion will be championed by Daniela. No, not Dan, Dabota Brown, please. Dabota Brown. Great, yes, that's our moderator for the panel session. And I'll pass the mic to her, and she'll be inviting her panelists, and they'll have the floor for the next 15, 20 minutes. So, shoot. Celebrate her, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy. I am privileged to stand here and speak before you. So I want to call my panelists out. So I'll need you to clap immediately I call them out. We have Fifeyemi Babatope Ojo, Odunayo Aluko, Joel Ayuba, and Daniela Otite. Okay, so this section is going to be an interactive one. I would like you to pay close attention so you grab things from us as we speak. Thank you. Good afternoon, my panelists. I'd like you guys to introduce yourself to us.
Okay, my name is Otite Daniela. I'm studying human anatomy in University of Southern Delta University.
My name is Odunayo Aluko. I studied mechatronics engineering in Abroad.
My name is Joel Ayuba. I studied electronic and electrical engineering in the University of Birmingham.
Hello, my name is Oluwa Fifeyemi Babatope Ojo. I study ecology and evolutionary biology in the University of Kansas.
That was a good one. Thank you. So I'm going to be asking some questions that I would like you to give us answers, and I'd like the audience to pay close attention. Thank you. On the first question I would like you to tell us what your expectations were while you wanted to go into the university and what it was when you got there.
Okay, my expectations before going to the university was that I was expecting that getting there, I'll see like opportunity to leave the house, like freedom that everybody wants. And another thing, I expected that entering into school, I'll get to meet people, see more opportunities and all. I think then the next question was, okay, when I entered, it was way beyond that, beyond freedom, beyond getting opportunities. There are responsibilities. Before going into the university, there are responsibilities that you should know that, like, how like
So going to the university, I'm still an introvert, so I was a bit scared about it, and I was scared of meeting new people. But then when I got there, it's just normal. It depends on your university as well. I went to a private university that was very, they were really protective, so there wasn't really much. There wasn't really a big difference between secondary school and university, but then there was still a difference at the same time. But yeah, it was really nice experience when I eventually got in.
Before I got to university, as others, I also expected like a level of freedom. But when I got there, I may have underestimated the amount of freedom. Not in terms of things you can do, but in terms of things you also have to do for yourself instead of relying on other people like your parents to do it for you. So if you need something, like you have to send an email or you have to personally contact someone. So those things had to get adjusted to it. But in terms of like becoming independent, it really like showed me how to do those things.
My conception of university was formed pretty early on. I had a brother who went into his freshman year when I was going into year eight, and there my perspective was like, "Whoa, he's an adult," and I was just like, in my head, whenever you're done with secondary school, you become like a full-time adult, and I think there are elements of that that are still true, but I see kind of like in university, you basically learn the rules of the game. And so if life is something like a chess game, there you learn all the rules. But just because you know how each piece moves on the chessboard doesn't mean you're now suddenly a grandmaster. I think you learn early on what it means to be independent, and you then begin mastering the art of independence. And I think truly it's like a very good tutorial for the rest of life.
Okay, in order for us not to waste too much time, we're going to take two persons to one question. So the next question we have is, what surprised you the most during your first few weeks on campus? Just two persons.
As you said earlier, the level of independence required from you. So I'll just give you a very short story. I did a particular course, physics. It was like a practical course. And then I only went once, thinking I was a one-time thing. And apparently it was three experiments instead of just one. And I would have failed that course because I wasn't independent enough to ask questions, meet people, and say, oh, are we done with this? Are we done with this? And it was like towards the end when I noticed that when I headed to hostel, everybody else was going to class. And I was like, let me just ask around. And I was like, whoa. So I would have failed this course without knowing. Yeah. So independence expected from you is really, really different from when you're in secondary school.
What surprised me the most was how how quickly the feeling of being new, like I'm in university, just disappeared. So after like the first week, we had all these like freshman events and things planned for people that came in newly to make them feel special. But then after that week, you're basically treated like every other student, and you feel like you've been there for months. Assignments start piling up, those kind of things. So that really surprised me at how quickly you just get looked at as just part of the university, and you start seeing yourself more as an independent person that is working to something rather than you entering this new experience.
Thank you very much. That's a great one. So I think we learned something here. When we get into university, we should be independent enough to ask questions so that we won't get lost in some things. So we move over to the next question. What are your biggest challenges? What are your biggest challenges? What were your biggest challenges in the university?
One of my biggest challenges was getting to know the environment. Like, it's a new place, so you got to ask questions too. But based on many of us who are introvert, like myself, I'm an introvert. I don't like asking questions, and that made me get lost. Like during the first week, like I was lost. I have to call somebody before they will find me because of I was not able to ask questions. So that's one. Then another challenge is going to and fro to sign files and all.
because of you just came new, so you don't know what to do, especially if you don't have anybody to ask questions. You will get you will get mixed up.
For me, it was definitely developing study habits. Like, I went to boarding school in Nigeria, and prep time was very efficient for me. It was like, okay, my house master is saying all students should come and study between this period. And there, I'm forced to be there. There's nothing to do, so I might as well just study. When I got to university and there was no one on my neck telling me to study, I basically took all that time for granted. And there, it's easy to become deep into procrastination and just horrible habits that have to do with studying. I greatly underestimated how much time you honestly need to spend preparing for material. But the good thing is, whenever you stop treating school as something which your parents are making you do, and when you treat it as like almost your job, those hours that you ought to spend in school can actually go by quickly. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We're going to look at academic success. So I would like two persons to tell me what habits helped you perform well in your studies in the university.
So personally, I used like a carrot and stick approach to reading. Um, Basically, you reward yourself when you read, and then when you don't read, you obviously know what to do. You have to continue reading or find other ways of punishing yourself, quote unquote. And then one major thing I did, as we all know, we all love, or most of us, we have, for example, boys, some of us like playing video games and other things like that. So when I read for a particular amount of hours or I can achieve my goal for that day, I take that time and then use that to relax. So that's one major way. And obviously, there's a place of moderation. Don't read for 2 hours and then play for 10 hours, especially if you know that you have, will I say, weak memory. Like you need a lot of time for things to stick. So don't be that type of person that over rewards themselves. And then, yeah, just make sure that you balance everything up.
I would like another person to tell us the best way of reading, the best way you can read to your understanding.
Another way I did was consistency. You don't have to read like 10 hours before you get something. You know what works for you. Many people they read at night, best at night, and they understand. But if some many people like I was one type of person that I what I learned was that if going for awoko reading at night with other people, it does not work for me because I like sleeping. So when you want to be like reading because of people that you following people that are reading at night, it might not work for you. So know what works for you that and be consistent with it.
Thank you very much. We move over to time management. University is said to be a place of freedom where people are free to do whatever they like. And I think if you're free to do whatever you like, you will meet up what you're expected to do. And I don't think you're going to make a high CGPA. So I would like you to tell us how we ought to manage our time when we get into the university.
Well, time management is very important, and initially I found it difficult to manage my time and separate things that are important from things not so important. So in the course of that, I eventually devised this system where like I plan my days instead of like allocating certain time slots to different things. So I plan my days in around these events, which are like just the important things I have to do, and I rank them in terms of importance. So I go through them based on when I finish each item, because university work can differ like how much or how little you have to do from week to week. So instead of allocating just time slots, which I'll most likely exceed, I just do it in terms of events as we have to do this, then this, then when I finish what I have to do for the day, I can relax and do other things. So I think that's an effective way to manage your time in university.
I also agree. One of my most effective weeks were when I had to-do list. I would just in the morning think, okay, what exactly do I need to do today? And my habit was to make it more than I could actually do because I quite know I wouldn't tick off everything on the list, but simply just seeing it there every day annoyed me. Like just seeing the thing I have to do almost like makes you quite antsy to do anything else. I think one skill you have to know is how much time do I actually spend on a task. So suppose in a class they are given an assignment. Everyone is going to take different amount of hours to complete the assignment. You kind of need to know how many hours you spend. I think the mistake a lot of us make is when we say an essay is due in 5 days and we're like, well, that should take about 3 hours. Then you realize that it's taking more than 3 hours and now the due date is close. So I think in your first year, you should really get to know how much time you require to do tasks, I think.
Okay, we move over to the next question. So, I would like you to tell us how you handled peer pressure in school.
Okay, so um, first of all, nowadays peer pressure is not what it is in the movies. Like, come and drink, come and do this. It's usually not like that. At least from my experience, it's more of like a suggestion. So, for example, let's say they want you to smoke, or your friends are smoking. You just be like, "Do you want to smoke?" And then you'll be like, "No." But then over time, you might feel this like disconnect from them because how is everybody smoking, but you are the only one that is not smoking? But one thing you have to remember are the things that, first of all, we are all Bible based over here. Think about all those things, and then also the lessons that your parents teach you. And also, another thing is anything that you have to think about twice before doing is most likely wrong. So have that at the back of your mind. If you need to think about it twice, it's most likely wrong, and don't do it.
Um, I have a thing where I'm like, if I don't want to be this person, I probably shouldn't be taking advice from this person. I think if someone is influencing you, just talk to them more, try and analyze how they behave and say, would I like to be in their shoes? And you see, like, there's not a lot of people whose shoes you want to be in because that's just how, like, the numbers of it works. And sometimes some people have certain attributes that if you take that alone and ignore the rest of their character, it looks appealing. But if you take the whole character and you say this is something that must be involved to get to the whole, you start to see that even attributes that appear as good because of what it leads to may not be good. And so I think talking is a good way. And if someone is doing something that you see can influence you the wrong way, it doesn't mean you should stigmatize them and throw them away. Just talk things out. And when you see there's conflicting beliefs, that's a good indicator that you probably shouldn't be doing whatever it is they're doing or associating with them.
So, the second to the last question for today that I'm going to ask, if you could start again, like if you could go back to the university again, what would you do differently?
Well, what I would do differently is maybe in my first year, I would have already started like with extracurricular things like attending career fairs, networking with other people, seeing what you can really extract from this university experience aside from just studying for your exams and wanting to pass. So I guess interacting with more people and just being more open to opportunities, even if at face value it may not seem like something you may want at the time, just open to trying new things and yeah, that's kind of.
Thank you. I would like someone to give us a piece of advice.
Okay, I'm going to talk particularly about engineering or sciences courses in particular. There was something I noticed in my final year, and I really like to share it. So there's something really important about knowing a skill, right? I know we all hear about it, know a skill, know a skill, know a skill, but it is really important. A lot of the things I had to do in my final year project, I did it myself, which was really good because I would have needed to pay someone to do it for me. And then it also opens you to opportunities from other people because if they know that you know how to do this particular thing, obviously they want to bring it to you. And then also, as I said before, if you're useful to yourself, you can be useful to other people, and in turn, they can be useful back to you. And yeah, it's just really important to learn a skill. It might be very small. It can be something like video editing, photography, whatever you want to call it. It might be related to your field directly, but make sure you know something.
Okay. I want to say a very big thank you to my wonderful panelists for this wonderful section and for impacting us rightly. So please let's put our hands together for them. Yes. Please, is there anybody that wants to ask question? Any question from the audience? Any question? Okay.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Izzy Alvaro. I also want to study mechatronics at Nine University. So I want to ask, you went to a private school. So how do you get to control your temper and anger around officials? Around the officials, like people in charge, like the security staffs and everybody.
So in a way, that was easy because my mom always used to tell me that um, remember the end goal of going to school. There's nothing good that comes out of being angry. Let's start with that, right? So being angry at them does not change anything. They are the ones in charge of your situation in that moment. Like a security personnel now, like I went to Albert, and if you know anything about Albert security men, they do too much. Let me put it like that. They do way too much. But if you give them the opportunity to exercise the power that they think they have, they will just mess up the whole situation. So the best thing is to walk away or just sometimes just keep quiet. If you know that whatever comes out of your mouth next might put you in trouble, just keep quiet and walk away. Okay?
Thank you very much. Any other person? Okay, so I have a question. Mhm. I don't know, but I want to ask how you can manage. Okay, if you have a skill and you put it into business, how can you manage both your business and studying at the same time?
Oh, I think he's good. Okay. I can't really speak for myself here, but from the experience of people who I know who did like develop skills outside of school is it's a lot of sacrifice. Like those people were the least like they were always busy. They were always doing something. And you have to accept that. I mean you kind of have to just enjoy being busy because school on its own is already like its own world of things to do. Then now you're also developing something personal. I tried to play piano for a while in school. I know that's not related to business, but I remember like having to like leave class and just go straight to the piano room, play, and practice. And time went by really quickly, and I realized I wasn't like hanging out with people anymore. And so, you'd, I guess, when we say like you're going to be busy, we're really saying you're not going to be hanging out with other people. And so, do you value that skills development more than probably hanging out with someone else or watching like TV at home? Because those things are valuable things to do too. So.
Thank you very much. So,
Hello, everyone. My name is Guchikun. My question is for those that want to school outside the shores of this country. How do you handle racial slurs and um, people that, there are people from different walks of life and have different beliefs, like LGBTQ plus and all? Thank you.
My name is Gabe Tonisi. I want to ask, being an introvert or extrovert, which one serves you well in the university?
Um, my name is Thank God. So, I don't really have a question, but there's a question that one of us asked that I think I'm best placed to answer because that was my experience. You asked about how to handle the business and still be schooling at the same time, and that's what I did. I'm done. I attended the College of Education, finished last year, but at the same time, my parents were not able to sponsor it, so I had to be working and schooling. So I was working and I was schooling. I was attending classes, and when it's time for me to do my job, I'll go and do what I need to do. It was not easy actually, but I had to divide my time. I had to, the days I'm supposed to go to school, I won't work those days. I'll just go to school and have the lectures. Then the days um, after that time, then I'll use the other days to work. Like I was using 2, 3 days for school. I couldn't do full time, obviously. So I had to do part time so that I could save some days for doing the job I was supposed to do. So then when it's time for exams, I will take permission from my workplace, then focus on my exams, read and study. I did mathematics in education. So it was strenuous. You know how tough maths is. Then you are not working as well. So I had to balance it. I was able to balance it. I was able to finish, but it was not easy. But you can do it. You can succeed in that. But it takes a lot of sacrifice and a lot of time and concentration. You have to be good, especially when you don't have sponsor from your parents, when you are alone, when you are staying alone, when you're living alone, when you're paying your own house rent. You have to be versatile. That's just it. I have to say about that.
thank you very much. Someone asked a question on being an introvert and an extrovert, which is the best in school?
I mean, there's no definite answer. There's no definite answer for that question. I mean, I can be cliche and just say just be yourself. But there are situations where you would need to express yourself more, and there are situations where you would need to be more to yourself. So it's kind of being alert to knowing where you need to be more expressive and more, you know, because if you put on this persona of like, oh, let's say you're an introvert, and you put on this persona of like, I'm an extrovert, after like 1 or 2 weeks, you're going to revert back to what you are, and forcing yourself to be something you're not would eventually make you like less probable to change yourself or adapt yourself in areas where you actually need to. So I guess just being able to recognize where you need to, how you need to act in certain places. So yeah.
Thank you very much. So I have questions for you. You're going to choose one in a sentence, all of you. Oh, your question.
Okay. I feel like I know a lot about prejudice, but there's going to be some prejudice. There's going to be some that's purposefully meant to provoke you, some that's unintentional. I think I dealt with a lot that wasn't intentional. So I always was in this weird place where I was like, what you just said was offensive. I don't even think you yourself knew it was offensive. Some people are going to look down on you just because of your skin color. People are not going to expect you to be smart. They're going to expect you to have a whole set of behaviors and characteristics. And the second you don't have that, it's almost like you're a threat to them. I don't know why it's like that, but that's just how it is. I think you can kind of spot out these people very quickly on. That's the good thing. It's like they have an odor stinking out of all of them. And so whenever you isolate these kinds of people, it's really best to not interact. They are in their home country, they're on their own soil, they have their own cultural beliefs with them. Another thing is when you go to a new place and you're a foreigner, you go on to a new set of ideas, concepts, and beliefs. You don't need to try and fight them because it's not your country, it's not your people. Whenever the opportunity comes for you to successfully influence someone positively, you can take that option. But like you don't need to convince people that their ways are wrong and that the things they are saying are wrong. It's not what they fight. You went there for your academics and that's what you're going to focus on.
Thank you. Miss Daniela Otite, I want you to answer this question for me. So you tell me the one you prefer. An early morning class or afternoon class? Which do you prefer?
Early morning.
Okay, you're going to tell us why you prefer early morning class.
Okay. I feel the brain is more active in the morning, so that's why I prefer morning class. For me, I prefer morning class because I understand better in the morning and not in the afternoon.
Okay. Mr. Odunayo Aluku, library or hostel? Hostel room. Which do you prefer to study in?
It depends. I usually stay in the library, but weekends I prefer my room because I have to wash and do other things. So moving around like that is just stressful.
That's a nice one. Mr. Drew Ayuba, please kindly tell us one app every student should have. One app every student should have.
I mean, app. I mean, if your school has an app, you download it now. Yeah. Or like, okay, but maybe like a website you can use now. Like any, because I don't know. There's so many apps now. So like any I don't know.
Exam Crush app. Am I correct? Exam Crush app. Hmm? That's an app now. As a university student, you should have it. Eh? Do you agree with me? Okay. So I would like you, each person, to complete the sentence for me. University taught me that.
I should be responsible for myself.
Please clap for her. University taught me that.
I'm not alone.
University taught me that.
time management is the most important thing.
University taught me that.
Friends are very good to have.
No way. So we have come to the end of our panel discussion. I'd like to say a very big thank you to my panelists and the audience. I hope you grab something from this panel discussion session. God bless you.
Wow. Can you clap some more for these guys, please? And I hope you grabbed something. Like, seriously, I hope you grabbed a lot. Even me, I grabbed. I grabbed, all right? Thank you so much, Dabota, for moderating this session. It was insightful. It was a teachable moment indeed, not just for Pathfinders or for everybody generally, actually. So thank you so much. We're going to be moving on. Can you stand and stretch a bit? You've been sitting for a while, right? Can we just move our body? Aren't you tired of sitting? You're not tired. Time management. Change your style. Just change your style. Let blood flow through your legs. Oh yeah, stand up. University taught me that time management is key. It taught me that friends matter. It taught me that I am not alone. By this time next year, some of you will be telling your own story. What would it be? It shouldn't be coming from a place of unprepared. Be prepared for the university. All right? There was something that one of the panelists said that struck me, and I'm going to use it to connect to this. He said something about, practically all of them said something about independence. Did you hear that? Yes. Because mommy is not there. Who wakes you up now? You're on your own. You have a class for 7 a.m. Or, some impromptu classes, right? And then you're waiting for somebody to come and wake you up. You're on your own. You just signed up for failure. And that's not what you want to do. That's not the place to be, right? So independence is very, very key. And several other things is said. I wanted to add to the being an introvert and an extrovert. Nobody should lie to you. There's nobody that is absolutely introverted or absolutely extroverted. There's just an element of all of it. Then there's a dominant one. There's a dominant trait in you. All right? So there's a time. So read the room. Professionally, I will tell you, read the room. So know when to speak up. Because a lot of people have lost opportunities because they claim you just sit with that persona that you're introverted and all of that. So read the room, know when to speak up. I think Joel said something like that. Know when to be quiet, know when to speak up and all of that. But don't, if there's anything you're going to leave here with, don't believe that I'm just all introverted, I'm all extroverted. There's an element of each of these in each of us, all right? Because I'm not more, the dominant trait in me is to be an introvert, but I can be introverted because it's emotional intelligence, all right? So know how to regulate. There's what is called self-awareness and self-regulation. That's topic for another day. All right, so we move. Tell somebody we move. Fasten your seatbelts because it's getting more serious in the room. I hope your notepads are getting full. If you're pressing your phone, please let it be that you're writing, you're jotting down those aha moments, not on WhatsApp. Don't update your WhatsApp status now. You can update it after. Yes. Maybe we'll have a selfie time to tell your friends that, okay, I was here. But for now, please, let's be in this room. And if you're using your phone, let it be that you're jotting down key points that you want to take home. Okay? So we're taking another session, or one of our key sessions for today. And it's on mastering independent learning, because that's the level we're getting into now. Going to be creating your own timetable. And to take us on that, please, let's put our hands together as I welcome Mrs. Marianne Itwen. I hope I didn't call your name.
All right, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's a delight to see very familiar faces. Thank you very much. Some I knew from school, some I knew from church, and I'm delighted to have you all here today. Many thanks as well to the organizers for this privilege of making this presentation. So we want to look at mastering independent learning. But before I proceed, I want to say kudos to the panelists. I actually had a great time. And I learned a lot. The perspective on racism for those who want to leave the country was spot on. The perspective on choosing your fight. You can actually influence when they want to be influenced. Don't go and carry your beliefs and go and dump on people. You get into trouble. So that was really spot on. Thank you very much for that. And I'm moving on quickly to mastering independent learning. For me, the university is a place where you have to take ownership of your own learning. In the secondary school, in primary school, you are structured, you're directed, you're told what to do, when to do it. But in the university, you need to master your learning by yourself. Independent learning, they talk a lot about independence. Independent learning is instrumental to your success or to your failure in the university. And you cannot actually master independent learning if you don't have good time management skills. I can't overemphasize this. Genuinely, I cannot. Your success or your failure depends on how you are able to manage your time in the university. When you're at home, you're in school, you have somebody who reminds you. Some parents still wake some people up till today. It's 5 o'clock, it's 6 o'clock, get up, Are you not going for this? Are you not going for that? Somebody's directing you or telling you. If you're a boarder, there is a structure that tells you when to get up, when it's prep time, when it's time to eat, time to do your laundry. But when you get to university, you need to master your time by yourself. Otherwise, when you look back at your journey years from when you started, you'll be filled with regrets because a lot of missed opportunities that you didn't maximize. Getting up from your room and going for lectures is a decision you will have to take. There is nobody that will tell you, your lecture is 8 o'clock, get up. I've had roommates who were lying in their hostels when lectures were ongoing. You tell yourself, I'll catch up later. I will read up. I'll read the book. Or I don't like that lecturer. That lecturer is boring. Before you know it, a lot of water has gone under the bridge. And you can't actually recoup what you have lost. So for me, time management is key. Please help me go to the next slide. Next one, please. Is very key. The only way to master your time is to create a daily schedule. Somebody mentioned that in the panel discussion a few minutes ago. When you wake up in the morning, ask yourself, what are the tasks before me today that must be done? When you don't have a schedule, you don't have a plan, that is when somebody will convince you, please follow me to go and see my boyfriend in the boys' hostel, and you will follow. Please follow me to the bank, and you will follow. Because you don't have an idea of what to do with your time. When you have a schedule, my lectures is from 8 to 9 for this particular course, is from 11 to 12, is from 2 to 3, in between I'll be doing this, then you are going to maximize your time. But when you don't have a plan of how your day is going to run, then you become a candidate of follow me, and you follow them everywhere they're going to. So it's important that you create a schedule, create time for everything. There are some students in school who do not know what lectures they have in a particular day. They don't know. They just follow along. Hey, where are you going to? We have ES 402. Hey, is it yes? They follow. They don't have a clue about what they're offering or what they're doing. Make a schedule. Have your timetable. Find out the time for your timetable. Create a time for you to rest. Create a time for you to attend your lectures. Create a time for extracurricular activities. If you don't have this schedule drawn up, you will realize that in a day you have achieved minimal, the least, actually. And I want to reemphasize it this morning. Probably I will come to it in part of assignments. You must study every day. Yes, I said that. You must study every day. If you're thinking that you have a lot of time and that when the exam, they say 3 weeks, the exam timetable is out, is when you're going to start studying, you are going to be in the bottom of your class. I can guarantee you that. Except you have an unusual brain. But if you're an average normal student, you need to put in more than just 3 weeks to the exam. Create a timetable of study. When I was in university, I didn't come from a very wealthy home. From a family of 7 children, and my father was the only sole provider. So I had elder ones who were in school, and I had younger ones who were in secondary school. And he was struggling to pay the bill because he was the sole provider. And so he gives me my pocket money. By then, it was 2,000 naira he would give me. 1996. He will give me 2,000 naira. From there, I will pay my transport from Aba to Uniport. I attended Uniport to Uniport. From there, I will keep my transport to go back to collect the next one because then we didn't have bank transfer. So I need to go back to pick the next pocket money. From there, I had to eat as a girl, fix my hair, do an upkeep. Everything was in 2,000 naira. And I could not even afford to buy textbooks from my lecturers. But I had a friend, God bless her, Kodela Mbachu. Within the first 2-3 weeks of lecturers saying, this is the book we're going to use, this is what we're going to do, she just buys all. And she hands them over to me. And I start to read these books, these textbooks, making my jottings, making my notes, keeping what I want to recall. And then, few weeks to the exam, I hand her back her books. Why? Because if I don't have anything to read during the exam, I didn't buy any book. So it's the notes I have made. It is the study I attended that I focused on to read and to succeed in the. I'm saying this for those people who may be thinking, I'm disadvantaged in terms of finances, and so that's why I'm not going to succeed. Your success is a decision you can make by yourself. You can surmount all the odds and be the best that you can. And I used to say to myself, in those days, I said, if I go to the notice board, because in those days, they used to publish results, matric number on the notice board, you go and check your result when it comes out. I tell myself, if I go to the notice board and there's only one A, that A will be across my number. And often than not, it was true. Because lessons studying for me began from day one of the lecture. It wasn't an impromptu, oh, you have a test tomorrow. Then you're panicking, running helter-skelter. Everything boils down to what? Creating a schedule. When to study, when to attend my lectures, what I need to do. Because there'll be nobody pushing you or prompting you or asking you. If you choose to lie down for the whole semester in your room, you're welcome to it. Nobody's going to ask you any questions. If you also choose to party all along and not attend lectures, you're welcome. Nobody's going to ask you. I had girls in my room who were out every weekend attending parties in government house. By the end of their year 1, the carryovers were massive. So the choice is yours, really. Set a schedule. Ask yourself, what do I want to do? And then you begin to work towards it. Have a target for yourself, and it's achievable. No matter the odds against you, once you're determined and purposeful, you will achieve whatever you set your heart to achieve. Record lectures. Thank God that we have apps now that can help you. Google Calendar, set your calendar for you. When you have a test, when you have an assignment, when you have this, you're reminded. Please use them. Maximize them to help you stay organized. To know what you're doing when you're doing this, and you stay on track. Take advantage of apps that can help you manage your time effectively. Use an alarm clock, wake up. If you have an 8 o'clock lecture, don't be on your bed 7:30. Then you rush to go and have your bath. Then you leave. Then you come in late. Some lecturers have zero tolerance for lateness. They'll kick you out. So manage your time. Make sure you're seated well before your lecturer comes into the room. Very important, please limit your distractions. I know we're in the era of social media. People are on the phone. As I was sitting at the back, I was telling Naomi at the back, half of the people at the back were on their phones. And they were not recording nothing. Some were playing games. Some were watching something. Some were just had their heads buried. The truth of the matter is, if you do not have self-discipline, how do I even put it? You have to master yourself. That's where self-discipline comes in. Master yourself. Control yourself. Please don't allow your devices to distract you. As an adult, I struggle with that. Reading my phone or my app, reading my Bible on my phone. And as I'm reading my Bible, WhatsApp messages are dropping in, notifications are coming in. I have to tell myself, you know what? Use another device to do your devotion to avoid distractions. You have to be purposeful. Otherwise, before you know it, you have left that Bible you're reading the WhatsApp message that just dropped in and somebody's telling you something. You just have to discipline yourself. So avoid your distractions. I've already mentioned about self-discipline, very important. If you must succeed at the university, you must consistently make productive choices and manage your time effectively. Otherwise, the story you'll be telling will be a different one altogether. Thank you very much. All right, so I move on to research. That's an integral part of university life. You must do research, critical thinking. I want to acknowledge Dr. Akko. Thank you very much for helping me. When I did my master's from university in the UK part-time, that was why I started hearing the word critical thinking. I'm like, what's he talking about? What's the criticality? You will write an assignment, and she will tell you, there is no criticality. I'm like, what is this? So he had to help me navigate that phase of my life. So you have to develop strong research skills. There are some lecturers who are not going to examine you only from what they gave you in their textbooks. They want you to go beyond what they have told you. You can't limit yourself to whatever the man is telling you in the class there, or whatever is in his text. Some lecturers want to set application questions for you. So you need to learn and develop how to research. You need to know which research questions to put into your internet and get the answers. And when you get the answers, which ones are relevant to what I'm looking for, which are not relevant. So building research skills is instrumental to your success in the long run. And remember, please, always question the accuracy, question the credibility, and relevance on the information that you're using. Not everything on the internet is correct. Don't just say because Google said is this, that is not correct. Always verify. Go cross-check 1 or 2, 3 other sources. What did they say about this? To make sure that whatever you're saying is on track. Think beyond memorization. Focus on understanding. This is very important. Many people who study 3 weeks to exams, they are focused on memorizing what the man is going to say. But you have to, for you to thoroughly understand the concept you are taught, it's not a 3 weeks journey that you're going to make. It's something you're questioning, asking why, how, when, asking questions beyond what you have taught to advance your own learning. Curiosity is key if you must be a good researcher in the university. So please don't just focus on giving what he gave me, vomit what they gave me. You can't go far. You can't stand out as the best. You will just be among the mediocres, the average, that will come out of the university. Also, there's a presence of AI, so use AI as a learning assistant. You can use AI to brainstorm ideas, very important, but it's important to verify the university's policy on AI. Some schools, if you use AI to do homework, you are scoring 0. So, as much as you can use the AI to brainstorm ideas, give you clues, make sure that you take ownership of whatever you're doing, and you're not relying word for word on what AI has dished out to you. So it's very important. You can maximize it. Use it to research, ask questions, brainstorm, ask it to rephrase for you. So many things you can do with AI. And of course, it's a key research tool in our time. And most importantly for research, please avoid plagiarism. If you borrow somebody's idea, acknowledge the person, please. Otherwise, you're an academic thief. So please, this is key. There are some schools, some universities, that when you turn in your project assignment, they will run it through a plagiarism check and run it through. 15% you have failed, 10%, some people 10% they will even quarrel. So as much as possible, if you're using somebody's work, somebody's ideas, make sure you reference, you acknowledge the person, and you cite the person appropriately. Thank you. As I begin to round off, please quickly, the next slide. Thank you. Assignment management, like I said, somebody mentioned in the course of the panel discussion. You'll be deceived if you tell yourself assignment is due by 3 weeks to the end of the session and you're waiting to start then you'll be surprised because it won't meet up. The moment an assignment is given, get on it, do the research you need to do, begin to put your work together so that you are not subjected to pressure when the time for deadline or submission approaches. There are some schools that when you don't submit on time, you're penalized. For every second you are late, they're deducting time from you. Especially you're submitting online, they're deducting time from you. So it's important that you start on time, plan your schedule, and then break your task or your assignment into smaller tasks. The research part, find the part you're going to do, the typing, the outlining, the editing, and finally you are done before you turn your research in. Your homework assignments in. Sometimes you can have multiple assignments happening at the same time. 3, 4, 5 lectures are giving you assignments. Prioritize the most important ones, the ones with the earliest deadlines, so that you can get that crossed out and then attend to the ones that are not so urgent. So this is also very, very key. Please, final slide, thank you. Very important. Keeping an eye on your performance from the beginning, your cumulative grade point average, very important. At the end of your school year, that's what the time whether you are a first class student, or you are a second class upper, or second class lower, or you are a pass, carry go, just leave us, go away. Whichever one you are, determines or starts from your CGPA. And your CGPA starts from your year 1 journey. Some people pick up in their 3rd year, in their 4th year, but the defects in the 1st and 2nd year, we don't allow them make a first class or a 2-1 because they have messed up the first 2 years of their journey. So if your desire is to be the best, and yes, I say to myself, I finished as the best in my department because it was my goal and my target, and I worked for it. If your desire is to finish as the best in your department, then it starts from your year 1. With every course you take, every lecture you attend, every assignment you do, because they're cumulative, they all add up to your total score eventually. You have to give it your very best. Give it your very best. So determine what CGPA you want. Do I want to be a 4-pointer? Do I want 4.5? Do I want 3.5? Do I want 3? Or do I want 2 or 1? Make up your mind and work towards it. It doesn't just stop with the wishing and the aspiration. The hard work must go into it. The hard work must go into it. So start strong from your first semester. Please don't miss lectures. Don't sink into the mindset that they are not important, that you can always read up, that you can always catch up. You'll be surprised that sometimes what comes out in your exam is what lecturer said in his class. It's not even in the textbook, but he had referenced it in his lectures. If you were not there, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know it. You wouldn't know it. So don't settle into the fact that, oh, it's not week 1 of the lecture, and I'll catch up later. I will read book later. I will read the textbook. You are deceiving yourself. Very important. Your first semester contributes to your cumulative GPA, so make every course count. Track your records. Track your scores. Check for where you're not doing well, what area you need to beef up. If you're not keeping track, you will not know where you need help. That's the essence of assessment. When you assess, you're looking at what I've done well, what I'm not doing well, what can I do to close out the gap? Then you work on your weaknesses, and then you become a star student. And finally, like I've mentioned, identify your weak areas, seek support if you need it. If you need to go for tutorial lessons, please go. If they want you to pay for it, please pay and attend tutorial lessons and make sure you improve yourself in the area where you need help, because your aim and your goal is to be a top performer, a top achiever, and until you pay the price, it's not going to happen. Thank you very much. My time is up. Thank you all very much for your time. If there are questions, we will take them later. Right. Thank you.
Wow. Oh, Jesus, you guys are privileged, truth be told. Please, if you're clapping, you can do better than that. Where were you, Mrs. Itwe? How many years ago? God, I cannot even remember. Please, pen down your questions. I'm happy for you guys. Truth. Sincerely, I'm happy for you guys. Those of us that are done with school, you're going for masters, you could still learn alone, right? It's making sense. But it's okay. Independent learning. Your timetable. Nobody told me. Oh. In fact, you would have just called my name because I felt like I didn't even know my timetable. I was JJC now. I didn't even know. And then I started getting warning signals from year 1. Faith on Babs. No, then I was Okoro. Now I know better. All right, thank you so much, Mrs. Itwen, for that. That was great. Okay, how many was like money? Money. You like money or you love money. They say there's a difference between like and love, right? Uh-huh. Love and like. I like money. Money matters is something that we need to talk about. Do you agree with me? Where are those guys that are done with school? Joel, money is an issue in university, right? It is. It's a big deal. Managing your finance and everything. But we have a pro. Somebody say pro. She's a doctor in money matters. Hey, God. We have a pro in the house. She's going to be talking to us on how to manage our finances. Please, when I call this name, better clap. She's my madam at the top. Dr. Ijoma Omyoga. I don't want to read her profile because her profile is in my head. But she'll be talking to us on money matters. Clap some more. And please, if you have questions, begin to note your questions because we're going to be having time for that. And we have professionals and graced people in the house to answer your questions. Thank you, Doc.
Thank you, Faith. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon now. Thank you for coming. And like everyone says, you're privileged, okay? So I want to start by saying that there are some things you are not taught in secondary school. There are some things that you're probably not taught at home. All right, you just see things happen. You request for something, it just shows up. Oh, I need shoes, you just buy them. Your parents just hand them over to you, or they buy, or you can even go to shop and make selections. You don't bother. Where's the money coming from? Or school fees are being paid. Food is readily available. You ate breakfast, lunch, dinner. You don't know how it comes. And sometimes you even get some money, and all that is in your head is, what's the next thing to buy? Right? What's the next thing to buy? And you're not thinking that very soon it's going to be you making all that decision by yourself, as in where it's coming from and what will happen to it. As in that you're eventually going to take responsibility and be the one responsible for others. Doesn't cross your mind at this level. But you know what we're talking about is how to prepare ourselves for life. So I think one of the panelists said something that university is a place where you learn the skills for life. I think it was Fife that said it, right? Tutorials, that was your word. Tutorials for life. And money matters is something that is very important. Habits that you need to form on how to manage your money. So I'm looking at practical tips, how to manage it so that we don't waste too much time. So the little thing under there says university is not a place where you prove you have money. You know that some people, they want to prove they have money in universities. So, but I want to let you know that if that is your mindset, you will mess things up early. Okay? University is where you learn to manage what you have. And this is irrespective of whether your parents are rich or not too rich or poor. Because in the university, there are some people that when they're going to school, their parents can give them maybe $500, $1,000 for those going outside. Or in Nigeria, their parents can give them 500K as pocket money. Is that not true? And now I'm being very, very modest. Yes. Some people, their parents will give them 500,000 naira to hold as pocket money. And at the end of the month, they are returning for another one. And there are also some people that, like Madam Itwen, and I think I was in that category too, that 2,000 that they'll give you, you then not come home, you have to just find a way to make it work. I remembered, in fact, my mom was a lecturer in the school I studied. So she is the one that will give me the money. And I know not to go back to college. I just had to make it work. She will come to school, then she lived in Enugu. So she will come Monday to Wednesday, and then from Thursday to Sunday, I'm on my own. But even when she's around, she has given me whatever she has given me. You're on your own. So I want to say that it's important you learn financial skills before you even enter the university. But it's good that you're learning it now. Even for those who are in the university, if you've made certain mistakes, not a problem. You can always correct yourself and begin to do things right. Whatever it is you're given needs a plan. That's what I want to say. Whatever money you are given needs a plan. And that plan can take you beyond school, because when you succeed in managing your finances, it goes beyond the university level. It helps you know that there is something you call budgeting, and that what you have needs to stick within your budget. All of the things we have learned today, just like in time management, if you know the amount of time you have, you can apportion your time to what you need to do. In the same way, you need to budget your money. If what you have is 500,000 or what you have is 50,000, you need to budget what you have. Okay? Sorry, back to the first. So, I want to say that a student budget is not about restriction. It's not to say to you, you are restricted. No. It is about you being free to spend well. You know, sometimes if you have money, the tendency is for you to spend it anyhow. Is that not true? If you don't have a reason for that money, you can easily spend it frivolously if you're not careful. So for university students, I just mentioned a few things here that you need to do with money. And then we're talking budgets in here. The first thing is that you need to eat, right? And then if you're not living in campus, you may need to transport yourself. Is that not true? Even sometimes when you're within the campus, you may still need to transport yourself. You need data, you need airtime. There are some needs from school, like those that buy handouts and textbooks and even writing materials. I know some schools do a lot of online things, but even at that, you need a lot of data. And then you can't overemphasize people writing things down, making jottings yourself. You also need money for your social life. Because like they would say, you pass through university, let the university pass through you as well. I don't know how many of us heard that when we were in school. And then I think one of the panelists, I can't recall, I think it was Odunaya that said, it was Joel. Yes. When you were sharing what you would have loved to know from the start, just being able to interact with people, and that's socializing. And sometimes you may need to spend for that as well. And then there are other small spendings that you may not be able to, account now. So the first thing is that you need to know what it is you have. The goal is, what is it that is coming in? Where is it coming from? Is it from your parents? Is it from a business that you're doing? Who is sponsoring the education? Where is the money coming from? You need to know. Then you need to know what goes out. What am I actually spending money on? Most times when you check your bank apps at the end of the week, just do an assessment by yourself. How many of us use OPay? Use OPay. Yeah, you can form the habit of narrating whatever you spend money on so that you're able to assess yourself at the end of the week. You know what goes out. Then another goal is to save something. Don't spend everything you have, and again, stay prepared. That's basically what I'm going to be talking about this afternoon. So in Nigeria and abroad, the same principle applies. So don't let daily choices quietly consume your semester's budgets. Oftentimes, money goes out in different ways that you don't know. If you don't control it, if you don't track it, before you know what's happening, you have nothing again. So the first thing I want to say is, the first rule is to plan your money. Plan it. Plan it. How do you plan it? Budget before you spend. Before the semester starts, estimate what it is that you're going to be getting. Know it in your mind. If your parents bring the money down, you know you have to adjust, right? But just give yourself an amount, an imaginary amount. Estimate what it is, then assign something to food, transport, data, school needs, personal care, fun. Then track the small expenses too. All those small things. I want to enter shop to buy biscuits and Coke. Small money. And sometimes, before you know what's happening, you have eaten it twice in the day. All those small things, they all add up. Look at deliveries. For those that are in places where you expect people to deliver something to you, you know you have to pay delivery fee, right? So all those small monies add up. Look at your POS charges. I want to collect cash. They will collect how much? The other day I went to withdraw, I think it was 30,000, and they collected 900 naira. Those days, even bank charges come in kobos. Kobo, like you will see like 50 kobo. In fact, when I started seeing 50 kobo, Access Bank, I was angry. But now, POS collects 900. 1,000 in some cases. I'm just talking about 30,000. So it's like, when you want to collect 30,000, just know that what you went to get was 29,900 or 100. Yeah. Consider rides, impulse buys. Oh, somebody is buying, maybe you're in a taxi and somebody just bought pekere. So all of a sudden, pekere, you just feel like eating pekere. How many of us have been there? Impulse buying, just because someone else has bought, track it. Okay. So you can, that thing I put there, simple notes on your phone, can be like a caution to you. Maybe if you're somebody who is trying to track what you spend money on, you can just put something like a reminder on your phone. Then the next thing is, when you have known what it is that you are having, I would say, first of all, set aside your savings. So there's a formula that a lot of people use, call that 50-30-20 formula, like a percentage. So 50% goes to your food, your essentials, let me put it like that. Food, transport, and all of those things. You know, everything that is important that you must do, including data and all of those things, airtime. You can assign 50% to it. Then 30% can go to some other things that maybe you can add things like fun or things that are not, how will I put it? They are not essential. Maybe you want to buy clothes. You understand? Things like that. Or there's a need for, maybe there's a gathering of people, maybe your set mates, and something is happening and you need to be there. It's all part of socializing, right? It's part of school life. You can assign that, whatever that thing is, that is not part of your essential needs, you can add it to the 30%. Then your 20%, push it aside. In fact, consider it that it's not for you to spend. In fact, I would dare say that there's some money out of that 20% that you should set aside as your emergency fund. And I tell every student that cares to listen, that emergency fund, don't touch it. Don't touch it, except maybe in your school they are saying, get up and go. And you need something, you need money urgently. Do you understand? Or maybe there is a medical emergency and you need to attend to it. That's emergency fund. Then there should be savings. There should also be investments. So that your 20%, you can now divide it and put some into your emergency fund, some into savings, and some into investment. Let's go to the next slide. So the second rule is what? Save it. And before you begin to prioritize, first of all, remove that 20%. It's not for you to spend. It's money that is kept for emergency. Then the third rule is prioritize it. It's very important that you separate your needs from your wants. It's not everything that is good or that is fine that you must have. And learn to haggle, learn to ask questions. That everybody is doing it, or everybody has it, does not mean you must have it. Learn to prioritize. Learn to separate your needs from your wants. Learn not to be pressured to buy anything. Okay, so always ask yourself, do I need this? Or do I just want it? Or do I want it because every other person has it? So when there is money to spend on something and you don't have a plan for it, it becomes difficult for you to know how that money will go. But if you already say, okay, for this week or for this month, I'm going to get myself a jacket. You have planned it, right? And then you have set aside something for it. Then it's coming to that time when you want to buy it. If you go and buy it, you will not feel guilty. You know it's something you had planned, right? But if you accompanied someone to the shop, you went to buy groceries, and they have a plan of buying jackets, and you now enter the shop with the person and sees this jacket that, oh, it so much fits me. And there and then, you say, I have one money, make I just use them. That money is unplanned for and you are being pressured at that time. Okay, so please prioritize it. Prioritize it. You may need a laptop for school without needing the newest phone. You need to prioritize your spending. Prioritize what you need money for. Sometimes what you need is something that is fairly new for a student. You don't need to go for the most expensive ones, okay? Prioritize it. You may need transport without needing an expensive option every time. Sometimes you may need to jump the bus. You don't have to use Uber, okay? Because that's an expensive option. So never use someone else's lifestyle as your financial benchmark. Everybody's going somewhere. So the fact that someone is always taking Uber and is convenient does not mean you too have to, if you have a plan. Let's go to the next slide. Prioritize it. The next one is protect it. There's a lot of scammers out there, and they're out to get your money. It's actually very difficult to deliver this topic in 10 minutes or 15 minutes. But don't let borrowing be your lifestyle. Only take out a loan when it's absolutely necessary. And you need to be able to understand how much you are going to receive in the loan, how much you will repay, what is the repayment plan, what happens if you don't pay back. There are some people that because they took out a loan, they have become so much in debt that they cannot come out of it even after they have graduated. So please, let's be careful about loans. Let's be careful about fake scholarships. Somebody will you just see something pop up and they say, oh, they are giving one grant, but you need to pay 10,000 in order to enter. That's fake. If you have to pay to get a grant, they know you don't have. Why do they need to cajole you to pay? And some people just rush into it, and you are losing your money. So that thing has happened to a lot of people, and they had issues. So be careful. Be careful of investment promises. Have you come across some things that pop up on your phone, and they will say, borrow 10,000, you pay back in 1 year, and you only pay, all those kind of scams. Be careful. Be careful. There's no free money anywhere. Protect your account details, protect your pins. Let's go to the next one. Grow it. So this one I'm talking about investment. Someone talked about acquiring a skill. In school, you can do a lot of things to augment, to help yourself. The money is hardly enough. I sold things. I was a businesswoman in school too. There was nothing. I would look around for needs that you can meet. But now there are a lot of digital skills that will not really affect your academics. In fact, I would advise look for something that is in your area of study. So it helps you to advance yourself. You are good with video editing, and someone mentioned photography. Yeah, some people are very good with baking. I knew a friend. She saw herself through school, and she was baking birthday cakes in school. There was no ovens. She had to improvise. There was really nothing they could do because they sponsored themselves through school. And people were patronizing her. Okay, so find something to do. Learn a skill. Develop something useful that can fit around your studies. Please, your studies is very important. That's your primary aim. That's why you are in school. It's very important. So you can also volunteer for legitimate campus jobs. I know that that's outside the country, you have opportunities where you can volunteer, and sometimes during holidays, they open up opportunities for students to come and work. So even within the school time, am I right? That you can have certain hours that you can come and volunteer, and they pay you. So don't shy away from things like that. Working is experience that you're building. It's skills that you're developing for yourself. People's skills, and also how to manage your finances. The fact that, you worked hard. The first time, there's someone I spoke to, the first time he took a holiday job, and the job was so tough. By the time he finished, now I know what my parents go through. If you've never worked, you will not understand it. Okay? So academic first, income second. If you learn it now, there are a lot of skills you learn in managing your finances. A lot of skills. Let's go to the final one. Grow it. Are we done with the final one? Okay, so earn responsibly. So your degree plus your skills and then some very good money habits makes you a stronger graduate. You know what happens when you graduate and you have experiences like this? You become hot cake because you can share experiences. A lot of the facilitators here have been able to share their experiences because they were not just passing through school. They experienced the school life. Okay? Okay, let's go to the next one. So I just want to ask this question. Imagine you receive 100,000 for a month. What will you use it for? How will you share it? I gave you my own, I don't know what a lot of people do. But if you were the one, how would you divide this 100,000? That's what you're receiving as your monthly allowance. I'm also being modest here. How much will you apportion to your essentials? Anybody? How much will you apportion to your essentials? Yes. 50,000, okay? Are you saying it because that's the 50-30, or that's what you would do ordinarily? Okay, you do, okay. So that's what you use. How about savings? How much will you save? Emergency, future needs, how much will you save? You save 30. Anybody with a different opinion? How much will you save? You save 20. Okay. Who else has a different opinion? Okay, someone saves 30, someone saves 20. It depends on you. The most important thing is to have a plan for it and set it aside. Then what will you put out for your flexible expenses? So that means for the person that said, I will save 20. You save 20. You are portioning 30,000 for social life, personal, and extras. But make sure you have a title for every money. that is going out. And please, we didn't have time to talk much about investments, but I think it's essential that as a student, you learn it. Go and learn what investment is all about, because you can start from school. There are a lot of apps. I don't know how many of us does Piggy Vest. I do Afri Invest. So some of those small things, you can set aside money there. You can't easily go there to collect money. You have to think about it. So develop that habit. It helps you to know that you are stashing something, and do it monthly if you can. Have a plan. Please have a plan. You tell yourself, I have a goal. I want to save 100,000 this month, or I want to save 50,000 this month, or however, or a year. Okay, you can say, I think a month is too short. Just say, at the end of this year, I want to have 100,000 in my savings. Do you know it's possible? You can plan ahead of it. Okay. So the key lesson here is that a budget is a decision you make before the money disappears. You do it early enough. So remember these 5 things. Plan it. Can we say it together? Plan it. Save it. Prioritize it. Protect it. And grow it. So before you start your first semester, know what is coming in, know where it will go, and know what you will save. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Ijoma, for that money matter conversation. Me, I like money. And when it's the doctor that is talking, you want to write. And it's difficult to stop them because they are speaking. They're not just speaking theory, practical, relatable truths. So let's celebrate our doctor once again for that session. Plan it, save it, prioritize it, protect it, and do what? Grow it. All right. Conclusively, that's the conclusion of the whole matter. Question time for these 2 sessions. I don't want us to go to the next session without letting out some things that are locked up inside. So you have a question or you have a comment. We've had 2 talks, right? Apart from the keynote speech, we've had 2 key sessions. So you have a question from these sessions. Let's see you. Or you can write if you want to write, but I would prefer you speak up. Please come. Any other person with a question before from the 2 conversations, come forward. Just sit close. You have a question as well? Okay. Stay close. Okay, no, you're asking now. Anyone else? I want to take the questions. People that ask questions in front, then please come close, sit close. All right. Your name, your question, straight to the point, and who you want to answer your question.
First of all, I want to thank Dr. Ijoma for her wonderful session. My question, okay, thank you. My question is, may I know, do I need it? You answer if I need it or I want it. Imagine you woke up, you have time, you don't have time to do breakfast, but you have one food left in your campus, which is Gary. Okay. Let me ask a question. You know, it's also good to eat healthy. It's also good to eat healthy. Will you drink the Gary with just a sugar, or you add milk to make it a little more balanced? Do you think adding a milk, do you think you need it or you want it? Okay. But what about if you still need to buy it? Maybe every day you don't have the time to drink Gary. You don't have the time to make breakfast. Adding milk, don't you think is an expense? Thank you, ma'am.
That's why you strike a balance, right? Thank you, Doc. Question. You have a question, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. This was concerning the first slide that we had, not on money matters, on the first one. So, if according to what she said earlier, she said we should plan, we could use Google calendars and all that. But what if you are that kind of person that even if your alarm is ringing, you just that 5 seconds, let me sleep again before you know you're sleeping through the whole day, and then what do you think you can do to like, and then maybe you're also this type of person that you procrastinate a lot. Like, for example, there was a time I had this exam, and at that period, I had stayed late nights countless times and I needed that sleep so much. So I was like, the exam is still far, we catch up, I will catch up. And then at the end of the day, I messed up. So in that kind of situation, what do you do? 5 minutes more.
Okay, so some people set repetitive alarms. So I want to wake up by 5:30. Set alarm by 4:30 or by 4. It rings 15 minutes, 4:15, 4:30, 4:35, just like that. So the final time you're actually looking at getting up is actually 5, but you have a series of alarms waking you up so that anyhow, your eye would have cleared before the final alarm rings. Secondly, you can also have an accountable partner. If you're living in a hostel, you have roommates. Please wake me up by 5. They can do that for you. And then finally, ask the Holy Spirit. He doesn't fail. I'm telling you. Just ask him to help you. By 5 on the dot, your eyes will clear. You don't need anybody to wake you up. So you're good to go. Then procrastination. It still boils down to planning. Once you have a schedule of what you want to do, don't tell yourself, I'll do it tomorrow. Do it now. It's the deceit of, I still have time, that makes people to procrastinate. So you have a plan, apportion time to it, give yourself a deadline to have it done. And as much as possible, self-discipline comes in, you have to discipline yourself to adhere to what you say you're going to do. Otherwise, you go around the whole circle again, over and over. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Money matters. In a case where you don't have savings and you have planned that you want to use this money for something, then something else comes up that's more important, what will you do? Yeah, there's no.
Set aside something. No matter how much they give you, there are some things you can just hold belly because I want to do this. It's important too. You can add a skill and earn small income that you are pushing somewhere. It's important because emergencies do arise, and it could be anything. It could be anything. That's why you are learning it now, for those who are still about to enter. But if you've not and you're already in school, please, anything you receive, try and set aside something small for emergency. There's also a place for taking a loan. But loans are dangerous because if you are not sure of how to pay it, it becomes like a yoke. So before you take a loan, you must have a clear plan for payback. If you don't, I don't advise it. Does it answer your question? Thank you.
That'll be the last question. We'll move on. Please come forward.
Okay, thank God. I want to ask on this money matter. You spoke of investment, so I don't know. Are there apps in the internet where you can invest? And if there are, can you give us a practical illustration for it?
I don't use PiggyVest, but I know a lot of people that use PiggyVest. It's an app that you can just decide to set aside. You can give a direct I think a direct debit or so, just from your account into the piggy vest, maybe monthly. Assuming you want to be saving, even if it is 1,000 or 500, the lowest, I want to put out 500 every week. So instead of me to buy Coke, I want to save this Coke money and put it in piggy vest. If you just keep saving that money like that, you're not touching it. It just goes directly. Sometimes if you set what's that thing called? Just direct at the end at that. Let's say you say to your bank, standing order, yes. You say to your bank at the 5th of every month, withdraw 500 and pay it here. It will just go automatically. Before you know what's happening, that money is building up. And one thing with investments like that is that it gets to a point that it begins to compound. It will not just be interest now. It will not just be simple interest now. It will now become compound interest. So your money will grow in investments. And what they do is that when people put money like that, they now invest it into different things for you. As a student, that's the kind of investment I would advise for now. Except you are doing other things that is giving you money. Like you have skills that you're using. You understand? There could be other things. So there's also Afri events. That's the one I use. Thank you.
For more, you can consult with Dr. Ijoma Omioga. Put your hands together as we move forward. All right, that was good. Thank you for your questions, and thank you to our resource persons for responding appropriately to them. Now we move on. Please pay attention. You're here to learn, to connect, to meet. We have connected. We'll still meet again, but let's learn. All right. Please, if your seats mates, I notice some people are not here and they've been absent for a while. Please, let's get them. There are some persons. Have they left? Okay, that's fine. All right. This part of the conversation is interesting to me because I was a victim. So please pay attention so that you don't become a victim. All right? Relationship matters. Crushes. How do I manage my crush so that I don't get crushed? I'm not going to talk too much. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome Dr. Sandra Success Olaobaju for this session on relationships and boundaries. Please pay attention and note your questions because we'll have another session for questions and answers. Can we celebrate Dr. Sandra as she comes up, please?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow. I would like to appreciate everyone here, both the organizers and all the participants, both the panelists. Thank you so much for all that you did. And, you know, while they were talking, I was throwing the flowers. You know why? A proud teacher. Please clap for me now. Clap for me. So out of the panelists, yeah, Fife, he was in my class. Joel was in my class. Then Odun, I also taught him English. So I was super proud. Super proud. So well done to all of you. So we're looking at relationships and boundaries. Relationships and boundaries. And I would like to say that life is all about what? Relationships. So we've been hearing network, you know, meet people and all that. So the bulk of what we do in life is about relationships. And what is the goal of this session? There are 3 key things. Even if you don't remember anything, please remember this. The goal is to have healthy relationships that honors God. That does what? Honors God. Protects your well-being. And respects people. Healthy relationships that honors God, protects your well-being, and respects people. So we're looking at our relationship with God, of course, then ourselves, because you must have your well-being intact for you to also relate with people. And our relationships, it will definitely shape our character, influence all that we do in school. So the quality of your life in the university will be determined by the quality of the relationships that you have. So what are the different relationships? Please, next slide. The MC said crush. I'm not going to just dwell on crush here. So crush is not only the relationship. So when we talk about relationships, it's not just what crush is part of it. So we have the lowest level, the acquaintances, the friends, the family, romantic, and then strangers. So do you see the size, right? Acquaintances, friends, family is shrinking. Romantic is shrinking more. Strangers, wide. So it's very important that you know, for everybody who comes into your life, you must know who they are. Which part are you going to place that person? Is this person an acquaintance? For instance, in your class, you have your classmates, right? All your classmates are not going to be your friends, true or true. But you are supposed to have a good relationship with them, because a lecturer may say, you're going to do this project together. So you have to work together, right? So you need to have a good relationship. Somebody asked a question about the security officials, the janitors. In your hostel, you don't want to be that girl or that young guy that the janitors will always say, you see that guy, you see that boy, you see that boy. You don't want to be that person. True or true? We're not saying you must do whatever they want you to do, but you have to walk in the way that you respect them and also respect the school rules. Okay, your friends, choose your friends. I tell my children, your friends don't choose you. You choose who should be your friend. And that takes us back to values. Do you have a value guide, a value plan? So before you get into the university, what are your values? You must have your values ahead of time. So when you get to the university, you are meeting people and you know, oh, this person, no, cannot, no, this person cannot be. So have your values. And your friends cannot be everybody. You have to trim your friends. It can just be 1, 2, 3 person. So I had a coach who taught me something. She said, the 4 friends, you know the man in the Bible whose friends broke the roof to meet him. He said you shouldn't have what? 4 roof breaking what? Friends. 4 what? Roof breaking friends. Those friends are ready. They say you are sick. They are ready to take you anywhere to ensure that you are okay. They may not be up to 4, really. May just be 2 or 3. The fewer, the better. Now, your family, of course, you have your family. Then for romantic, while you are in the university, what worked for me? No need. No need for any what? Romantic relationship. So what happened to me was, it may not be your own case. I got into university, and that was just when I got born again, and I got buried into NIFES, into the fellowship. So somehow, those guys, I didn't even see cult people. Seriously, I don't even know what they were doing, because it was fellowship, hostel, lecture. So I didn't see, it was like the Holy Spirit covered me, I don't know. They didn't see me. until I finished. So I don't know what will be your own case, right? But it's important you don't begin to deal with emotions while you're in school, because you may not be able to manage it. Bible says, guard your heart with all what diligence, because when relationship comes in, it can really mess up a lot of things. So it's advisable you leave that part. Thank you. So let's go to the next slide now. Now, I want to look at this for you to use this to remember relationships and boundaries when you are in school, right? Now, every relationship falls into one of these three colors: green, yellow, red. I wanted to first of all ask you a question, but it's like they removed that slide. So green, the traffic light. Green says you can go, right? That's what green means. So you should be able to ask yourself, is this a green relationship? Is safe, is respectful, it encourages your growth. But when it is yellow, you are like, one of the panelists mentioned, I think it was Odun, he said, when you begin to have a double mind about something, know that thing is not what? Right. So yellow, you begin to be careful. Warning signs is like, oh, should I do this? Shouldn't I? Know that this is a problem. Now red, when you are with such people, they are disrespectful, they are harmful, they pull you away from your values and goals. So the traffic light sign is very key in terms of relationships and boundaries, whether it is male or female, whether the person is at your age level or above you. This is very important. Think of behaviors that belong in each of these colors. There are more behaviors. Thank you. Now, for boundaries, there are so many types of boundaries, so many of them. Verbal, physical, sexual, expectations, financial, time, emotional, intellectual, right? Verbal, somebody telling you something, that you don't like. And it's important you communicate. Like, please don't insult me. You name it. You don't take it in and like, okay, let me just keep quiet. As a Christian, we are not meant to talk. You can communicate and let the person know that you are not okay with that. Now, people who have expectations, you can say things like, I don't think I can do this for you. You need to come out clearly. No offense, but I just don't think I can do this for you. Most times we do things just to please people, right? But boundary says that what? You should be able to communicate. Now, sexual. Somebody just says, oh, I just need a hug. I'm not comfortable doing this yet, right? So you are not comfortable doing it. You have the right to say you are not comfortable, especially for the girls, for the ladies. Most times it's like you just want to make him happy. You don't need to make him happy, right? And that is also a red flag, because what does your value say? Your value says you want to keep yourself intact until you're ready for marriage, right? And now this person is saying do otherwise. It's a red flag. You don't need to, there are some things you don't need to start praying and say, God, what are you saying about this matter? God has finished what? Speaking. So you don't need to ask again. So those are the different types of boundaries. For you to know that boundaries are not just physical. There are emotional, time, right? Just like I already have plans for today. We heard so much about time. You already have your to-do list. You want to do this, and somebody say, oh, please escort me to. Please, I'm sorry, I have this and this to do. And if that person is your friend, right? Then the person should be able to understand. But if the person begins to, what do they call it? Emotionally blackmail you or guilt strip you and like, but if you're not my friend again, things like that, then it's a red what? Flag. Thank you. Please go to the next slide. Okay, now let's look at also this analogy. Look at this house. Beautiful house, right? And there's a fence, right? Now, a beautiful house without a fence is vulnerable to intruders. Anybody can just step in. This house, of course, is not in Nigeria, because if it's in Nigeria, you have the high what? Fence. So before you get into the house, what happens? You have to be given what? Access. Right? Now, what does that do? It makes you not to be vulnerable. Anybody will not just walk in. For instance, this compound, there are some animals that will not be able to get in. Okay. Now, the fence doesn't stop friends from coming. Doesn't stop friends. But it simply defines who comes in, when, and under what condition. So before you get in here, you know what your purpose. You are also allowed in. So you must have your boundaries, and there's nothing wrong about it. Now, if you don't have any standard, what happens to you? Anything what? Right? So what are your standards? So before you get into the university, you must have your values. Right? Now, boundaries are like a fence around your life. They don't keep everyone out. They protect what is valuable inside. They'll protect your peace, your values, your dreams, your body, and your future. So that fence is not meant to really keep people out completely. So that those who are intentional, those who are like minds, can now come and they will be pruned also. Next slide, please. Now, the next analogy, your mobile phone battery. So we've talked about the fence, right? Right? Now, the mobile phone battery. What happens to your phone battery when you just keep it on and allow all your apps to run? What happens? It goes down, right? Now, you can keep many apps open, answer every notification, and never recharge. Eventually, your battery dies. Relationships require emotional energy. Without boundaries, you become emotionally exhausted and have little energy left for your studies, your family, or your personal growth. Imagine entertaining, you have like 10 friends, and you have written out a to-do list, and by 8, Felix comes. Oh, I want to get to the shop. Let's go together. You join Felix, and once you're done, you come back. And by 12, John comes. Oh, I need to get to the shop to buy something, and you join him. And when you are done, you are back. What do you think that life will turn to? You will definitely not be able to do what? To achieve much. Now, your to-do list, you have not yet done anything about it. So you can't pour from an empty battery. So you really need time on your own to stay on your own and recharge. And when you're recharging, what are you doing? You're either maybe studying, or you're meditating, or you're reading the scriptures, or you're praying, or you're doing personal development. We talked about skills. Those are times that you can recharge. Then the last one is about a bank account. So I'm using these analogies to create a mental picture in your mind so that you don't forget the fence, you don't forget the battery, you don't forget the bank account. Now, every relationship is either making deposits or withdrawals from your emotional account. Some of those romantic relationships, some crushes, I tell my little boys and girls in school, don't allow the crush so that you will not be what? Crushed. Because I don't know how many of you have had a crush. I have. and I understand what it means. You will not do anything. You are thinking about an individual who may not even be thinking about you. True or true? And you forgo every other important thing you are meant to do. And when you see him or you see her, you get confused. Is life worth that? So what do? You tell yourself, you may not even need to, you are not even going to marry this person at the end of the day. This person is not even contributing anything to your life, So ensure that this relationship is making what? Deposits in your life. Not withdrawals. Not withdrawals. So if someone is just withdrawing, taking, be very careful. Is that green or red or yellow? Thank you. Okay. It may be yellow, but it depends. At some point, it may be red. Okay. Does this person encourage me? Do I feel respected? Am I growing? So if someone only makes withdrawals, their account eventually becomes what? Empty. So choose people who make more deposits than withdrawals. So in summary, know your values. Learn to say no and communicate wisely. So my coach, the first time I heard that, I'm a kind of person that find it difficult to say no, especially when it is not a bad thing, right? It's a good thing. So I would like to, I won't want to say no. So but the coach said, have you ever heard about the wise virgins? The 5 and the foolish. Do you know the difference? 5 were able to what? Say no. And thank God they said no. That was why they made it. So you must get to a point where you can what? Say no. There's no problem with saying no. Then set emotional boundaries. Very, very important. Very, very important. Be aware of your feelings. So if you have crush, name it. Hello? If you have crush, name it. This is a crush. And I need to deal with it. And if I can't deal with it, I should have few people in my life that I can speak with. Most times, yes, may not be our parents, because we're like, wow, is that what I sent you to school to do? So we have people that you can speak with that, oh, I'm having this crush. And they can also speak with you. All right? So don't just assume. Communicate your boundaries, enforce them, and be consistent. Then know when to stay, know when to speak up, and when to walk away. Jewel said something about that. You should be able to. There are some people who are introverts. They don't talk always, but there must be a time that you need to what? Rise up and say, no, this one, no. And know when to just, you don't need to talk, you don't need to shout, just turn and flee or walk away. So love people without losing yourself. Relate with people. Network with people without what? Losing your values, losing your integrity. Because at the end of the day, the quality of your life is greatly influenced by the quality of the relationships you have. Thank you.
Can we clap some more, please? What stood out for you? What stood out for you? Love people, but don't lose yourself, right? Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Sandra. That was insightful. She said something that's from her, one of the first things she said was the fact that she knew God, really early, right? While she was getting into the university, she already had an encounter with God, and it was like the Holy Spirit shielded her. So many of us believe in the power of the Holy Spirit. You believe in God. Okay, interesting. That brings us to our next session, a very critical one. Please, I need you to pay attention or you change your seats. Thank you. Have you ever heard this statement? The spiritual controls the physical. You've heard it before? Who has heard it? Or this one that man is a spirit, you have a soul, you live in a body. You've heard it before? Please, let's go. Gochuku, who is in charge? Now, run. Next slide. All right. Do you agree with that statement? Man is the spirit, you have a soul, and you live in a body. Or the previous one, the spiritual controls the physical. Do we agree with that? You've heard it before. You said yes. Do you agree with it? Caris, you're nodding. Why or why not? You agree with it. So why do you agree with that? Come close to me. But when you're coming, humble yourself because I know your height can be intimidating. But I'll just hold myself. All right.
Good evening. So, why I believe so, or why I said yes, is because God created us, God created the earth, and He's a spiritual being, and He has control over every being and object on this earth. So, the spiritual controls the physical.
Awesome. Let's clap for Caris. God created us, and He's a spiritual being. That's to tell us that, and He's in charge of the earth. So the earth is controlled by a spiritual being. Which better way can I put this? That means we must acknowledge the person that created the earth and is a spiritual being. And we must pay attention to our spirits and our emotions as well. Please, next slide. Thank you for that. Because of time, I wouldn't want to take another response. Look at what the Bible says. It was Paul that was praying for the Thessalonian brethren. He said, and I pray that the very God of peace sanctify you wholly, like fully. So what is that fullness? Your spirit, your body, your soul. I need it to be preserved. What this means is that you are a whole person. You are truly a spirit being. Everyone seated here has a spirit. And you need to nurture it. In as much as you take care of your body, you're well-dressed, you take your bath and everything, there's something that we don't see that needs to be attended to. And it's only you that need to fix that. All right? So whether you give, let's go. That's our topic for today. This one now, this session, spiritual and emotional wellness. Now go back. I want us to see what's under that. We're talking about academics, money matters. Interesting. That may relate to us as students. But the real you is beyond school. The real you is beyond academics. Is your wholesome being. The totality of who you are needs to be prepared. And so you don't even just go to school to just get a certificate. You go to school to become a transformed human. Dr. Ijoma said, or was it Dr. Sanders? Somebody said, you don't go through the university. Some people go through the university without the university going through them. And I was just telling Naomi, I said, she just took it from my heart because I was thinking about it and she said it immediately. A lot of us have gone through school. We didn't socialize. You didn't join any fellowship. And then you're wishing like, oh, I wish, there was no relationship with God, nothing. So prepare the real you. Good. Your academic journey matters. So does the person you're becoming. Who are you becoming? Who do you want to become? Who has God created you? The creator, that spirit being that created you. Who has He destined you to be? Are you going to lose that personality because you want to get a first class? A lot of people graduated with a first class, but character, 0. Human relationship, 0. Emotional intelligence, 0. Who was talking about how you manage your temper? It's part of it. We have emotions. Dr. Sandra said we have to name it. I'm summarizing my slide already. Looks like it. You feel it. Don't live in denial. I'm angry. Excuse me. I'm crushing. No, let's not even say I'm crushing. Let's be real. I'm lusting or I'm infatuating. Is that the correct pronunciation? Yes. Let's call it what it is because sometimes when we paint it, we're not true to ourselves. So, name it. Does this align with my values? Should I tolerate it? Should I allow it to sit with me? Is it going to lead me to my destination? All right. You may have, congratulations, you've got admission letter. Mm-hmm. Your daddy has big money. They've given you 500K. When Dr. Ejima was saying, some people get 500K for pocket money, I say, wow. And Dami and I were saying that some of us, maybe if we calculate the entire money we got while we were in school for 5 years, it didn't even get up to 500K. And somebody's getting 500K from us, and it's not even enough. The person can still come back home and they'll be like, oh, son, don't worry, that's fine, And he gets more money and it's just flowing. Congratulations, though. You've got school fees, money, you've got your books, everything is looking set, the laptop, you new one, see them, your clothes, and you've got good accommodation, settled. You may have all of this in place, but there's something that you need to prepare, the inner you, the inner life. Can you ask yourself, who am I becoming in this new phase of my life? Excuse me, I'm leaving daddy and mommy. I'm leaving home. So nobody's going to come and tell me, Faith, have you had your morning devotion? How many chapters? I tell my son, I'll be like, this holiday we are reading Proverbs, and you need to read Proverbs every day, at least one chapter. Who is going to be telling you that? Who is going to be asking you, Faith, have you gone to church? Chidera, did you go to fellowship today? Oh, God. She's laughing because, no, don't worry. Somebody's going, not mommy to ask, it's you. So you've got to know God for yourself. And then when we come to emotional wellness, you need to know that you need to balance it, because I knew God for myself really, really early, but I couldn't balance it. And that's why I failed, because I was all fellowship and I was paying less attention to my academics. So, all right. I've said this, you're a wholesome person, spirit, soul. You're not just a brain going to university to collect a certificate. It's not just about the certificate. Shebi, they used to say something about Sabi. Nigeria now is Sabificate. What do you Sabi? What can you do? It's not just to collect. Certificate is paper. What can you do with your brain, with your hands? What can your mind carry? What idea can you conceive? What can you birth? What solution can you provide? You are a whole person, and every part of you. So your spirit needs preparation. Your soul, your mind, your emotions. You need to understand how to regulate it. I'm in class, and girls are wearing bomb shots everywhere. You're passing, you're distracted. It's okay to see them, but you should not be distracted. Or even if, yes, your eyes are there, but your neck is to turn. It's self-regulation. Self-awareness is that I'm seeing a girl that is half naked, but self-regulation tells me, pay attention to while you're in class. Don't live in denial. Yes, I'm here, I'm seeing it, I have eyes. Something could be stirring up in your inside. Name it, but regulate. Please go ahead. So spiritual awareness is developing that healthy relationship with God. Healthy. Not just a relationship with God. Because some of us are hot today, cold tomorrow. And the Bible says something about people that are neither hot nor cold. He said, God himself, not faith. He said, I will spew you out of my mouth. So you need to define your stand with God. Know God for yourself and let God know you. Let God know that, let God know my voice when I come to pray. He said, let God even miss me. God is a personality. He wants to have a relationship with you. He wants to communicate with you. Mrs. Itwen said something about waking up and procrastination. See, alarm. It's God that wakes us up every morning. Your alarm rings. Some people are dead. Their alarm rang this morning. They didn't wake up. The alarm is still ringing. They are not waking up. It's only because God permitted you to wake up. And so when you wake up, you acknowledge him. He's waiting for you to talk to him. He wants to be your friend. He wants to connect. He wants to help you navigate this phase of life. He can help you. But you've got to allow him. You've got to have a relationship. I cannot relate with you beyond my level of relationship with you. No, seriously. And I can read your body language. I can read the way you relate, the feedback you give to me. And that's going to determine how far I can go with you. Same applies with our God, our creator, the spirit being that made you and I. So I want to look at it in three ways. The roots, relationship, and responsibility. Permit me to call it the 3 R's when you're relating with God. Your root is your foundation. What do you believe? Most of us have been raised in godly homes. It breaks my heart that I see and I hear of pastors' children that go to school and you cannot recognize them. I heard of a girl in Nigeria, funny enough. Maybe they say some of them that go abroad and they go and whatever, I don't know. But this one, they said her father came to school to look for her and he passed down the road. He passed down the road. And I was telling my teenagers in church, I said, what do you think would have made her? Excuse me, like I have 3 children. I know them. You see, I am not blind. On what would make me to pass my daughter and not recognize she's the one? So maybe she was the one that was always doing black hair like me. And then, you know the way we are dressed, holy, holy, born again, touch not my anointed and all of that. And then I go to school. Crop top, bomb shorts, purple hair. Here is purple, here is gold. Nose rings, earrings. How many rings again? Where did they put all the rings? Do you think her father will recognize her? Do you think? No, now. But sadly, that's what some people do because they feel like they are finally free at last. You may be free from home, but you're not free from your creator. So I pretend. That's the story I used to tell my young teenagers in church. I said, when I went to boarding house, secondary school, I didn't used to wear earring because in my house then, my mother didn't used to wear me earring. I did not know why. I didn't know she had a personal encounter with God and God was dealing with her on some things. And she removed earring from my ear. She didn't tell me as a little girl. I went to boarding house and I went to the talk shop because I saw my friends using earring. I bought pin earring and I wore it. And my dad came to pick me one of those days. Oh, no, visiting day. My name is Chinyere. He was like, Chinyere, what's this on your ear? You know the way our daddies and mommy talk to us, right? What is it? My friend, will you remove it? Soldier. Sharp, sharp. I remove it. I kept it. Maybe he will go back to his house. And I put my earring back. I don't know why you told me to remove it, but you have said your own and you have gone. He came to pick me, vacation. What is this in your ear? Does your mommy wear this? She does not wear it. I don't know why she doesn't wear it. And then, thank God for this generation that you can ask your daddy and mommy why. In my time, you don't dare ask why. Excuse me, are you mad? You don't dare ask why, daddy, why. My children will ask, but mommy, why? Why are you saying I should not do it? And I would answer them. I wish we could do that then. And so I couldn't really ask my dad anything. The man said, remove it. I remove it. Put it in my bag. Holiday period, no earring. As you are dropping me in school upon resumption, back. It may sound funny, but that's what some of us do. So there are some clothes we don't wear at home. There are some things we don't, let's not even go there. What am I trying to say? No, if I know God for yourself, don't live for your parents. That's what I'm saying. Live your life. Live it to please the Lord. As much as you live in obedience to your parents, live to please your parents. And don't live a double standard life. Don't live a double standard. So that relation, you need to know what you believe. What's your family values? What do you believe as a family? All right? And then develop that relationship with personal relationship with God. Because this life, your mommy is not going to stand for you. Your dad is not going to stand for you. You pass. They call a first position. Those of us that finished secondary school now, I went for some graduation ceremonies. It's you. It's only maybe my surname they will hear, Tom Babs. You go. Before I will sit down, they call again. Who is feeling fulfilled? I do, but to a level, it's you, the child, that gets all of it. So that relation, then responsibility. You may be free, but freedom is even a call to higher responsibility. That freedom you think you've gotten makes you. Maybe all of us have been talking about independence since we started. Yes, it tells you that you should become more responsible. Respond according to your ability. So there should be an ability in you that should trigger how you respond to situations and everything that happens around you. Next slide, please. I've talked about your roots. Look at this. Shay, it was you that talked about beliefs. Different, you go, especially those of us that are going to foreign countries, different beliefs. You hear about LGBTQ and all of that. Is that what your parents taught you? What are your beliefs? Where you're coming from? What do we stand for something? We stand for purity. We stand for truth. We have values. Africans have values. Don't go and question them, but stand for your own truth. Believe in your own stand. Defend it. Different opinions, different philosophies and everything. New influences, friends, and all of that. But if you are rooted, you know where you're coming from. There's something my mom used to tell me. You may not know where you're going to, but don't forget where you're coming from. Chi. That's her voice. Don't forget the family you're coming from. We may not have everything, no. Even far. No matter how far I went, I would always remember my mother's voice. Please, don't forget. Remember now your creator in the days of your youth. Now is where you have the strength. Your brain is still sharp. Follow the Lord. Look at this. A tree without deep roots will not stand. Pressures will come. Storms will come. Nobody will be there but you and your God. Would you be able to wake up at midnight and fire it with God? Dig it out with your God. Because storms, it's not if they come, they will come. Storms will come. Excuse me. It may not be monetary. It could be a health issue. Maybe you just wake up with one fever at night and you're calling your parents, they are sleeping, they're snoring, but there's somebody you can call. If you don't have a relationship with him, you don't know that, you don't even have faith in God, you don't believe that you can pray for yourself, any small thing, you know. So you need to be rooted. Okay, go ahead, I need to fly. Relationship. Take this key point up there. Your parents' faith cannot substitute for your own. Your parents' faith cannot substitute. Yes, you're a church girl, church boy like myself, pastor's child. Yes, that's who I am. But that relationship needs to be personal. Please take it personal. Let them. In fact, those of us that are just going into school for the first time, make your stand known. The earlier, the better. Let them know you. You see, the way when you're coming to school as a fresher, I don't know if it happens in foreign countries, but in Nigeria, you see different fellowships. They're on standby. You see NIFES, you see FCS, you see CASON, you see Redeemed Fellowship, you see different fellowships. So the same thing, cult guys are there. They are there waiting. They want to initiate, they want to welcome newbies. So that's where it's better you define yourself. This thing is ringing. Is it for me? All right. So go back please. What will your spiritual life look like when nobody's checking on you? Moment of reflection. Go ahead. Please, next slide. I talked about responsibility. Freedom requires responsibility. Look at this. I've said it already. Tertiary institution may give you freedom, but it's calls for you to be more responsible. You ask yourself, where are you going with this? Who is with you? Who are you with? When are you? Nobody's there to ask you when are you coming back, but you need to ask yourself. All right. Okay. Please, can you go to the previous slide? I like the fact that, look at this. You have to choose between belonging. There's what is called FOMO, fear of missing out. It's not peculiar to Gen Zs alone, even millennials. It has been. A lot of people just want to follow the trend. They don't want to be laughed at. They don't want to say like, you're a Jew girl, you don't even know what is trendy and everything. So you want to belong. Excuse me, I'm becoming. Keep belonging. Let me become who I was created to be. And that comes from knowing who God has created you to be. Go ahead, please. What's emotional wellness? Emotional wellness is not saying, I don't feel bad, I don't get angry. It's okay to get angry. Please understand when you feel sad. Name your feelings. You can feel nervous, you can feel homesick, you can feel angry, you can get confused. But the question is, are those emotions regulating you, or you're the one regulating your emotions? Are you in charge of your emotions? You should be able to take charge of those emotions. Don't let them govern your life. Next slide, please. Don't let your emotions rule you. So this is a wellness tool I want you to go home with. Dr. Sandra already gave us a clear update. Feel it. You're feeling that thing. Can you name that feeling? I'm angry right now. I don't like this way. The way this man spoke to me, I don't like it. This is why I feel. I feel really, really angry. I felt it. I've named it. This emotion is anger emotion. This is the way I feel right now. It's anger. Then manage it. If I do something, what will I do now? How do I express this thing now? How do I let him know? Should I just give it to him, basbos, or I should just calm down and maybe when I feel calmer, I can express my emotion? Or then you share. So please, Asking for help is not a sign of weakness. Please, it's wisdom to ask for help. At this point of your life, you can feel confused. Please, you must have people you talk to. I'm running for the want of time. Go back. I want them to know that your parents are there, mentors are there, pastors, counselors. You need trusted adults, responsible people in school that can be of help. Please, when you need help, don't say, I don't know how to ask for help. Please, you must learn it. Ask for help. All right? Please, go ahead. These traps you must not fall into: comparison, isolation, and pressure. The fact that everybody's doing it doesn't make it right. Note this. The fact that everybody's doing it doesn't make it right. And you don't want anybody to know I'm struggling. You are a macho. You want to feel, no, please, speak up. Call for help. But make sure you're calling for help from the right persons, okay? And then, if I don't do what everyone is doing, I won't fit in. You're not born to fit in. You're born to stand out. So let that mind be in you, that I'm supposed to be standing out. I'm going to just run. You may get the slides. If you have a group, you may get it. But I want you to understand that whenever you get overwhelmed, just pause. And I have an acronym for that. Pause. Acknowledge what you're feeling. There's a pressure over something. It could be you cannot manage your time. You cannot pray. Several things. Your emotions are high, whatever. Understand what triggered it. Seek wise counsel. Evaluate before acting. Please, don't be in a hurry. Pause. Just pause. Relax. That emotion you're feeling is informing you. It's not giving you direct. You should not direct you. You should not instruct you on what to do. You're the one to direct your emotions. Give it instruction. All right? 4 anchors. I've given you a wellness tool. I've given you an anchor, 4 anchors: your faith, your values, people, and purpose. Your faith in God. Values, what do you stand for? What do you believe in? What do you stand for? Any good company that is making it today, they have value system that governs their behavior. Values are basically attributes that governs the way you behave. Integrity, teamwork, care, compassion. Like NLNG, for instance, they have sidetrack: safety, integrity, teamwork, respect, excellence, and care. So you need to have your personal values. Some of us have family values, and you take them everywhere as you go to school for the rest of your life. Let it govern your life. Let it govern your decisions. These are anchors that would hold you in the storms of life when challenges come, when nobody's there. Faith in God, your values, the people around you, and purpose. So let's test this scenario. If you're just 1 month in school, for instance, you have new friends, you have freedom, like we know, there's academic pressure, you're homesick, then someone invites you to participate in something that you know isn't right, what would you do? Would you say no, or would you go ahead? With all we have said so far, what would be your response? Of course, you should be able to stand for yourself. And excuse me, no is a valid answer. I used to be very guilty about saying no. I used to feel bad. I don't want to offend. It's an answer. It's a full answer. So it's okay to say no. Please, let's go. Go. So this is what should govern your response to that question. Your faith, your values, the people around you, and your purpose. Go ahead, please. I've talked about this. Your safety nest, people at home, your mentor, spiritual support, professional help. These are people you need before you go to school. Identify these key people. Mentor, spiritual help. It could be a pastor, it could be a Christian mentor. Professional help. And then learn to speak up. Now I have a checklist for you. Let's see that checklist. Before you leave for school, ask yourself, what do I believe? What values will guide my decisions? Who are my safe people? How do I respond when I'm stressed? Please write it out, feel it to yourself, be true to yourself. What do I do when I feel lonely? Is it when I feel lonely? Is that when I choose to go partying and all of that? What do I do when I feel lonely? Because there will be times like that. Sincerely, the times like that will come. What would you do? Where can I seek help? Spiritual help, professional help. Where can I seek help? What boundaries do I need? What kind of, Dr. Sandra talked about boundaries. What boundaries do I need? Define it. What kind of person do I want to become? What kind of friends do I want around me? What's my purpose? These are key things you should check before you leave the house. All right? As a Pathfinder. And then remember, the journey is bigger than the certificate. I've told you this. You're not just going to school to get a certificate, you're going to become a better version of yourself. All right? So, your character matters, your total well being matters, your future matters, and the real you, that you that we are not seeing, your spirit, because that's the one that will return to God. It does matter. So, go and become. Don't just become a graduate. Dr. Sandra was celebrating some of you. She's seeing you guys, she taught you. I want to be able to see you in the nearest future. And I'm like, wow, I remember Pathfinders 1.0. You were in the building, and today I'm seeing you up there. You're a graduate. You're not just a graduate, you are a wholesome human, doing great things for God and impacting humanity. Thank you. I think that should be the last slide or the next one. Ugochukwu, move. Remember this, your roots, responsibility, go. Don't just prepare to enter the university, prepare the person that is entering the university. You, your core. Next slide. In conclusion, go with your anchor, go with faith, go with wisdom, go with healthy emotions, not unhealthy emotions. Go with strong values, good people, and purpose. And then don't forget that God said in his word in Jeremiah chapter 29, he said, I know the thoughts I have towards you. They are thoughts of peace. God has an expectation. And for you to get to that expected end, you need to trust him, you need to believe in him, you need to rely, you need to submit and commit your life to him. And he will make sure that your end will be greater than your beginning. Thank you for your attention. Because I'm the MC, I seem to have more time. I'm the MC and I'm the speaker, so I overshot my time. Pardon me. Keep your questions down. But I pray for you today that you would finish well in the name of Jesus. Your spirit, soul, and body is equipped by this meeting. And nothing missing, nothing broken will be your testimony at the end. You'll be glad about today. Mark today's date. You'll be glad you were here today. Thank you for your attention. I'm going to be calling on our next speaker. Please put your questions down. This is the last one, and it's from Mrs. Naomi. When I saw that topic, career begins in year one. Some people will think that, don't worry, let me just start anyhow. When I want to graduate, everything is accumulating. That's why you have CGPA, cumulative, whatever, So you need to build you need to start well to finish well. So please put your hands together as we welcome Mrs. Naomi Akor for the next talk. Career begins in year one. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Tom Babs, and to every speaker who has spoken today about one topic or the other. I hope you have been learning. Pathfinder to the University 1.0. And what? Pathfinder to the University 1.0. Connect and prepare. And I hope you've been doing that already. How many of you have started putting action plans in place? Who is writing something beyond just jotting what is being said here? I do that a lot. When I'm in a session, my notes may not rhyme with someone's note beside me. So action plans, that's the whole essence of what we are doing here today. Do you mind standing up, stretching, and moving to someone and asking, tell me one thing that is standing out for you today? Can we all rise? It's part of what I'm going to talk about. Some of us feel so shy to interact. Interaction is a big deal if you want to become a great personality tomorrow that God has ordained you to be after school. So can you ask someone beyond the person on your table, move to somebody and ask, what is standing out for you today? And make sure you get a response and give your own response as well. Did you get a response? Some people are just standing. All right, thank you very much. You can be nicely seated. So, we'll be considering career begins in year 1. If you think that becoming a doctor, lawyer, a communication assistant, or whatever begins at the end of the school year, can I see your hand up? If you believe that your career begins in year 1 of university, can I see your hand up? Not many hands as well, so I don't know where some people belong. All right. So remember that our theme remains preparing for success before the journey begins. And this last topic ties in so well. The choices you make right from your first year determine the opportunities you are going to get in life. Very important. The choices you make. Do you think that your career begins after you have graduated and you want to wait till the end, just focus on reading and getting all the A's and making the CGPA of 4 or even 5.0? Is that what you think? Or do you believe that right from day 1, I must begin to build the skills, I must begin to make the relationships, I must begin to make the connections that I need to be successful after school? If you are on the second lane, then you have the right mindset. Can we move to the next slide? So what do employers really need? The employers of today. I'm sure you've been in lectures that you've heard that the job that some of you are going to be doing it's not even yet existing. I hope you know that. Some jobs are phasing out. Who can mention a job that is phasing out already? Can someone give us an example? Or a job that's even phased out that we used to know? Any example? Pardon? Nollywood? Oh, really? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Now, someone mentioned that in one discussion that these days it's AI movies we are watching, or we're no longer watching. So some of our actors and actresses might soon get out of job. Now, some, what do we call it? How many of you still go to pay for designing of flyers? How many of you still pay to design your flyers? Only those who they don't have time. Maybe you don't have time. Many people sit down at the comfort of their homes now and design their flyers. So there are a lot of things, a lot of jobs that will phase out. But there is one constant. The skills you build, the soft skills you're learning will keep you relevant anywhere, anytime. So focus on skills. Employers want more than your certificate. These days, we hear, although I've watched it's in movies I've seen mostly, where your certificate or CV goes before an employer and they drop it and say, we have seen this. Anybody can have certificates, but we want to see what you can offer. So employers want more than certificates. What they are looking for is skills. They are looking for people who can network, looking for people who can take action, can provide solution, not just people who have made A's in school, distinctions, first class, but can you prove it? Let's move to the next slide. Please go back to the last slide. I want to say something there. Every semester, every year in school, in fact, every day in school is an opportunity to grow and build your career. It's an opportunity for you to build the future that you want. Next slide, please. All right, let's look at 2 students. Student A attended lectures focused on in fact, he was a Jackie. You know those they call Jackie? Can read for Africa, can spend the whole night reading, and graduated, with good results. Then student B volunteered, did all of that, attended lectures, wrote exams, but did more than that. Volunteered, worked on projects, built relationships, built their CV, got on platforms where their skills can be announced, got certifications to improve on their skills. Who do you think employers will be chasing? Can I get a response? Student B. So who will companies hire? Student B. Because there is a clear difference. There is something more that student B has built beyond just attending lectures, just doing the norm in school. Let's move to the next slide. Now let's look at 5 things that you can already begin to do. Even before you start your first year, even before your first day at the university or higher institution. 5 things that you can start to do. Number 1, build your CV. Number 2, go on platforms like LinkedIn. Build your network, volunteer, earn certifications. Let's look at them one after the other. Now, to build your CV, it starts now. Many of you think that it's when you have gotten your NYSC certificate or your last day in school when you can already begin to look for jobs before your before your call-up letter, or just after you collect your call-up letter. Now, I'm a job seeker. No. Start now. Don't wait till final year. Build your CV right from this first year. Include your leadership skills. Some of you may be asking, why should I build a CV? I've not finished school. I don't have a BA or whatever. Build your CV based on what you are building in yourself. Now, that's why it's very important to start building yourself, your leadership skills. Now, even before you start school, there are events happening in your community, in the church, in the community around you. Just like this event now, perhaps you are not you are not a participant today, and you know that this event is. Ask questions. What's going on here? How can I help? I can design flyers or posters. Can I help you design? I can do this. I can make small chops. I can just look at what you can do, the skills you have, and how you can use that to benefit your community, your immediate environment. And everything is not about money. For some people, if money is not involved, they are not there. But they have forgotten that what you do today can add up to your skills on your CV. So look out for where you can lead. You can lead projects. Oh, I can do it. May be just something very minute. I've seen people who have put things on CV and it counted for them. Not big things, though. Not like the one organization called them to come and work for 3 months. Just something small they were doing in their environment. Gathering children together, organizing spoken words, whatever, for children. And they put on their skills, on their CV. And it counted for them. So lead something. Volunteer to do something. Build your skills. No matter how little, even in your house, it could be, yours could be aesthetics. Like you can just come to a place and put things in order, decorate things, and the room will be, and then you take up it. We have so many jobs today that sometimes I look at I say, many years ago, I wouldn't think that this would be a job. And they are paid heavily, even more than the people who are working a 7 or 8 to 5 job. Do you get it? So build your skills, work on projects, learn something, go online. There are so many free courses online. Learn something to build your skills. And then add your achievements every semester. Your CV may just be 1 page or even half a page right now. But every day you do something very important, put it on your CV. Keep building your CV. Before you finish school, you will see that your CV is you are accumulating skills and wealth of experience that employers will be looking for later on. So how many of you have CVs here? If you have a CV, 1, 2, only 2 people, 3, 4, 5. Good. So build your CV now. I am giving you a to-do, an action plan right now. As you go home, build, even if it's your name, your phone number, your educational background, your volunteering, something you did in the community. Start building your skills. By the time you finish school, you may forget some of these things if you don't start building them in right from now. Now, you know what LinkedIn is? Number 2 is what? Create a LinkedIn profile. How many of you know LinkedIn? Okay, only a few people. It's more than social media. It's where working professionals meet online. Employers, lecturers, teachers, senior students, alumni, and they connect every day. I see a lot. I'm on LinkedIn, so I see even university undergraduates. They are on LinkedIn, and they are doing great things. They are putting up projects they are leading, and how they. I think one of someone's profile I've seen on LinkedIn is Oduanya, one of our panelists. I've been seeing his posts, give him thumbs up, make comments, because he didn't wait to graduate. He's showing projects he's been in and the outcomes of such projects. And employers are watching. Employers are looking into people. If I want to employ now, instead of asking questions around or putting up putting up an advert that will bring up so many CVs that I don't. Do you know some employers employ without advertisement? They just go on LinkedIn, they go to that page, they see what you are doing, and for a fact, they know that it is real. They just call 1, 2, 3 people, do interview, and select who they want to pick for the job. So make sure you create a profile on LinkedIn. Start small. You don't have to wait till you have done one big project to start. Just start by putting your bio there, your personal details. If you're an undergraduate of this, put it there. And make sure that you're actually doing things in school that can add up to your profile on LinkedIn and on your CV as well. So lead project, take responsibilities in real life situation and make sure you put there. That's not showing off. It's actually, putting yourself out there that I can do this. Collaborate with others. Go back a bit, please. So add your friends. You may not know people to add. Just start by adding your friends. Look out for your friends. Look out for your teachers. I'm on LinkedIn. If you want to create a profile, look out for me and connect with me on LinkedIn too. Follow companies that you like. Like sometimes I just go on LinkedIn and just like something a company posted. I just like, and I'm sure they'll be seeing my likes and comments. Sometimes I even make comments on some. So go there, comment, grow, try to build your LinkedIn profile. Don't just go there and put in your details and then leave. For 1 year or 2 years, you no longer visit link. Visit every time. Try to learn something from there and add up something you have also built. Let's move to the next one. Number 3, volunteer. Like I said earlier, I think I've touched on this. Everything is not about money. Volunteer for free. Look out for projects, something that aligns with your field or your passion, and volunteer. Take responsibility. When they ask you to do something, don't say, I don't have time, and tell yourself, oh, I value my sleep, I beg. This one, they will not give me money. Why should I go and waste my time there? Be happy. Tell, I am grateful for the opportunity to serve. And I want to appreciate our panelists. We reached out to them to speak today, and their responses were amazing. You know, they took it like, oh, thank you for the opportunity. And I'm sure someone somewhere is watching them today and, this guy speaks so intelligently. Oh, that guy that I listened to one guy speak, they will go and be looking for your profile. Thank you so much. So that's one of the things we can do. Volunteer. Be happy when you are called to serve on something, on a committee or whatever. Even volunteer, even if they don't call you, say, I can help with this. Or what can I help with on this? Try that and you will see the results. Collaborate with others. Think problem solving. Think problem solving. Find out in your community what's happening here. What can I do to make things better? You know, I see boys loitering around or girls loitering around. What can I build a community of ladies or a community of guys that we can discuss something on this, and you can put it in on your profile. It's going to speak for you. Communication skills is there, networking skill is there, and a lot that you can build, a lot of skills you can build just by volunteering. And also try to make impact anywhere you come to. Try to make impact. That when you leave a place, we have something on our family value that we are a this family, and that we will leave people and places better than we meet them. So that's one thing you can begin to do. Look out for things that can make a difference in your environment and create a niche out of it that can be on your profile. Let's move on to the next one. Build your network. Someone said, I'm a introvert, right? Introvert and extrovert, which one counts? Like, who answered that question? Joel. I have told myself, I was a conk introvert. I still am. I can like my personal space, but I've over time discovered that some people tell me, even though you're a calm person, we don't see that. You try to reach out. That was not me several years ago. I have to build myself for the tomorrow that I am looking out for. So don't cover yourself there on one corner and say, this is my personality. I cannot reach out. Ask questions. Say hello to people. If you see somebody doing something great, try to associate. Oh, how do you do this? Oh, can I help with this? And network with people. Keep in touch. And also, some people like to network just for their personal benefit. Look out for what you can add to that person's life. Do you know that there are people who you think are big men? They have money. They have, what do they need? Let me greet or let me connect so that I can always get connections. I can get this. Do you know that there's something you can do for them? That they will not forget you. If they see any opportunity, say, oh, that guy that always likes to help me connect my whatever, that always likes to help me design this. So as you connect with people, look for what value you can add to their life. They see you are not just trying to get from them. They see you are adding value to them. When they see great opportunities, they look out for you as well. So your network opens doors to chances that you never expected. Good connections can bring good chances. And networking means making real relationship, not just collecting names. I told myself one time that every time I go for this, I will collect contact, gather this, but I will never reach out. And I told myself one of those days, just pick up this number and call this person, just to say, hello, how are you doing? How is your business doing? How is this doing? And then something good begins from there. From a few of them, I've had a long-lasting relationship now. So make real connections, and your connection can help you in the future. Now turn to the next person in just a few seconds. Introduce yourself. Hi, I'm this. Don't just say hi, or don't just say, I'm looking out for that skill of networking. Just introduce yourself. Who can show us how to introduce yourself when you meet someone for the first time? Not just say hello, hi, and then you cross your leg and sit on your own. Hello, my name is this. I am an educator. I help blah, 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 blah to do this. Or yours, you may be a very good artist. A very good artist. Say, hello, my name is this. I am an artist. I have created this and this and this. I help people, blah, blah. Learn that. And also give them chance to also, and how about you? Be genuinely interested in people. Learn how to introduce yourself. And then conversation begins. And then you may get one information just by a simple conversation with somebody. Now, yesterday, Mrs. Phaeton Babs and I were just speaking. I think she sent me a voice note and all that. And I replied. I wanted to just reply just straightforward to what she said on the voice note. But I mentioned that, oh, my day has been like this, like this, like this. Today I have tried to achieve this, and I'm currently struggling with this. And straight away, she said, no, I can do that. I have units, I have this. Before you know, it was done. Something I would have still been struggling with by the end of day, just by a simple conversation. I didn't just go beyond, no, how has been your day? Okay, my day has been this. I went further to say, my day has been like this, like this. I have tried to do this and this and this. Imagine that I just stopped where I wanted to stop initially. I would have still been struggling with that. So learn how to interact. Learn how to network. Build your network. Be conversational. Don't be that, oh, no, that's my nature. I don't know how to talk to people. It won't help you. Next one, next slide. Number 5, earn certifications. Learn something. Microsoft. In fact, there are so many things to learn online. Learn Microsoft. Before I graduated, there was nothing like computing. It was it was in my SS3 secondary school that computers started coming up. So we never got to learn anything computer in school. I didn't know how to operate a keyboard except a typewriter that my dad had at home that I didn't even know how to. I see him do all those things, but I felt it was Herculean, like it was too hard. Those keys that you have to punch and punch. Then as we were graduating, computers everywhere. We started seeing computer centers and all that. So instead of just sitting and waiting I just told my dad I wanted to register in computer center, paid a little, and started learning. I didn't know that just few years after it will earn me my first job. Like there was a school I worked in. The previous schools I maybe did teaching practice and spent some years. There was nothing like computer and all of that. Everything you did was manual. But my first job after NYC, we had to do everything except a few things that we wrote. We had to do everything on the computer, the report, and all of that. Imagine that I didn't start learning computer. It would have been a struggle. And some of the interview questions were also based on that as well. So start learning things. Microsoft Office, Excel, how to use Excel sheets, AI tools. It's not just about opening AI and feeding it with, using it. Somebody said some people use AI like Google, and there's a whole lot that AI can do beyond just giving you information. Data analysis, graphics design, coding, and all that. We may say graphics design is phasing out, but there is a new dimension to it. So learn how to upgrade. Okay, this one might phase out so what's the next level for me? Learn things like that. So add to your degree, certificates. For me, I'm still learning. I still take courses on public speaking because I want to help myself and also to groom the young ones I'm bringing up. And I hold timely public speaking classes, and a lot of parents are saying, thank you very much. My son could not talk before, but now and it's adding to my profile. Do you understand? I learned different things. It could be design. It may not really relate to my field, but it helps me do my work very well, and I'm getting faster. I do my work 10 times faster than I used to do before. Don't you think it will give me an edge in my workplace, and my appraisals will be ranking high? Yes. So start learning, looking out for what to learn, and gather certificates. Your degrees shows what you studied. Like you studied mass communication, what. But certificates show what you can do. It shows that you're constantly improving yourself, building your skills to be better at what you have studied, or to do well, to solve problems. So take courses. There are so many free or low cost courses online. Look out for them. Ask questions. Ask people who have gone ahead. What can do you know any course, online course or whatever I can do at this? So don't take that for granted. And you can begin now. Don't wait till you have been called to school. Start now while you are even waiting. All right. Next slide. Okay, reflection. I want you to close your eyes and picture your graduation day in the next 4 years or 5 years, depending on the number of years that you would have to spend in school. And look at yourself. Look at that certificate in your hand, like the degree you have earned. What kind of graduate do you think you would have become? Are you closing your eyes? What CV do you think you would have built? CV is beyond just a paper. CV is a compilation of you, of what you have become, what you can do, what you have, the value you can bring to the table. All right, thank you. Open your eyes. Now let's go to the final one. Your personal challenge. Right from after this meeting, as you go back home, make your CV. Open a LinkedIn account. These are action plans. Open a LinkedIn account. Ask somebody if you are stuck. How can I do this? Register for a free online course. You may not have money to register, but look out for a free one. Start from there. Volunteer in your church, in your neighborhood, whatever good project or something is going on here. Ask, what can I do? How can I help? Meet a mentor. You have so many around you. Like most of the speakers have said, you are truly blessed. I wish I had some of these opportunities that you have today. Then learn, and excel. Try to be better at whatever you can do. Okay, next one. All right, we'll get to the questions. I'll hand over to the MC to answer the questions. Now, this is the final thing I want us to do. Now, you're going to say this loud to yourself and boldly. When does your career begin? You're going to answer those questions and say them right to yourself. When does your career begin? What will you do? Those things, those action points that we learn. Tell us one. You can write them down too. What will you do starting from now? What can you do? Anybody?
Create your CV.
Thank you. Create your CV. Who else?
Learn a skill.
Learn a skill.
Network.
Network. Don't stay in your corner. And who else? The final one. What? Volunteer.
Volunteer.
I like that one, volunteer. All right. And when should you start? Now. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best. We'll take question and answer if you have any one, and then we'll wrap up from there.
Wow. Awesome, right? Please just start now. Truth be told, start now. Let me tell you something. I've had several opportunities recently okay, maybe for over from years now. I may not have been here in this building. Maybe I would have been in the UN. But you know what stopped me? Guess. Guess now. Age. Age. I'm doing so much. Like, I'm doing, at some point, for the past 10, 11 years, I've been doing great work. Like, by the grace of God, okay? And I got some recognition. But the showstopper was my age. What if I had started earlier? Okay, so I'm 42. And globally, youth age is 18 to 35. So there are great opportunities for you, especially with some short courses, certifications, volunteering. If you know what I'm doing in Bonnie, the small things I've been doing, even like all these things that auntie, you did moderated panel. Somebody will package it well now. Eh? UNICEF will look for you. There's a way you tell this story. And I have been there, but I was bounced because of my age. So please, like she said, age is not just a number. Down they tell us that one to encourage us. When the Bible says, and David encouraged himself in the Lord. When you want to encourage yourself, you tell yourself, age is just a number. It's a lie. Age is a leveler. Age is a definer. It levels. Ugochukwu is not me now. My time, I'm done. So age is a leveler, truth be told. So whatever you want to do now, start now. Prepare now. If you want to learn a skill, soft skill, do it now. Don't procrastinate. Everyone that is in this building is not permitted to procrastinate. Learn a skill, follow the challenge, ask questions, volunteer. Whatever you need to do it now. Because sadly, tomorrow is not even guaranteed. That's not bad news, though, but that's the truth. That tomorrow is, I'll do it tomorrow. Who owns tomorrow? Tomorrow is not guaranteed. Tomorrow is in God's hand. Yes, we trust Him. But whatever you need to do, please don't procrastinate. Do it now. Okay, question time. Have we had a great time so far? Yes. Is it time well spent? Yes. For me, personally, I have invested in myself. And I know that today's investment is going to pay great dividends. All right? We are the investment gurus. I hope I'm speaking financial English. I've invested in myself and it's going to pay great dividends. I'll be interest upon investment. So we have a few minutes to be here, to be out of this place. You have questions? It's your time to shoot. You have a question? I want to take numbers so that we just know how many questions. I don't want questions to give birth to questions. So you have a question. 1. Okay. Anyone else? 2. Why are it just the females? Have you had any guy ask a question today? Do I have the gents? Gentlemen, ladies. 1, 2, who else? And this row. That thing you want to ask Dr. Ijoma, ask her now. You have her time. And she's here for you. You want to ask Dr. Ako, he's here. And we are privileged to have Mrs. Itwen. All these pro, they are here. Dr. Sandra is in the building. So let's have those 2 questions. Please come forward, tell us your name, go straight to your question, and we get responses. Thank you. All right. Number 1 and 2.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Okay, please, I want to ask a question about building your CV and stuff. Okay, in a situation whereby you are going into the medical line and you want to start building your CV from now, what are the things you can do? Like, can you go and start working in like a construction place now, trying to say you are building your CV into the medical line? What can you do to add up and accumulate to form a good CV?
All right. Few months ago, was it this year or late last year? Early this year, I saw during one of the midterm breaks, I saw some secondary school students in the hospital, like secondary school. I mean, they have not finished secondary school. They are just in like year 8. I think that one I saw was in year 8, which is our JSS 3 in this place. in the hospital wearing lab coats, these white lab coats. Ah, how are you doing? Oh, no. Are my eyes deceiving me? Have you finished school? Have you finished? They said, no, we're on midterm break. I said, oh, yes, you're still in. I thought as much. You're still in secondary school. So what are you doing here? Said they are doing internship. Like their school required them to make productive use of their break. So she was doing internship, visited the hospital. So you have hospitals around. You can go for free. Some of them, may just be looking for who will stay at the counter to receive patients and maybe keep them in line to see the next doctor. So some may even be helping the doctor to carry the, what do we call, whatever, to perform an operation or a procedure. So look out for things like that that are connected to your line of study, what you want to study. So there's a lot you can do that is connected. So just think outside the box. You get that. Visit the hospital, go to a pharmacy or something. Help them to sell. If just I can stay here for you for some break times, and then you are getting acquainted to some medicines on the counter and all of that. So there's a lot you can do.
Does that answer your question? Great, thank you. Where's the second person? Please.
I actually have two questions. The first one is for Dr. Sandra. You talked about relationships and boundaries. So my first question is it proper? Because I was having a discussion with my friends recently, and as of last year, one of us she entered school, and then along the line, it wasn't up to 1 week, and then she made a lot of friends that we were even shocked about. So I wanted to ask if it's right for someone to just a new environment, new people, and then you are making friends of different kinds, and just in 1 week, and you don't know much about these people, you don't know anything, and then all your time is just devoted to this set of people. And then my second question is concerning spiritual and emotional wellness. I want to also inquire about basically the romantic relationship. It's not as if you have a crush or anything, but there are this kind of people that even if you tell them no, they will still persist and try forcing themselves. And then what do you do in those process?
Thank you very much. So the first question, from the way you even asked it, I sense you even know that it's not right for someone to get into a place less than a week, less than a month, even a year, and you're having so many friends. So it's not right at all, because it's going to take your time. It's going to consume your time. I made an analogy. I gave examples, right? When I was taking my session. So you don't need all those friends. One, you need to take time to understand your environment, where you are. You've just changed environment. So you need to understand what have you come for. You need to focus on those things first. All these people, all those friends are coming from different foundations, different perspectives. They have different values that are going to start conflicting with the one the person is coming with. So I would say outright no. There is no need for that. There is no need for you to begin to have so many friends. You don't need many friends, right? And it takes time for you to even identify who a friend should be and will be. It is not something you just rush in, you just rush to get into. So you can have acquaintances, just like the diagram I showed, acquaintances, friends, classmates. There are people that you ask around. Okay, it may even be your roommates, but it's just at that level, nothing serious. But before you can have a friend, you must prove them. They must be tried and tested. They must align with your values. And I don't think it is something that can just happen within a month, within a short space of time. Then the other question you asked is about what?
When you say let's pick on this thing, sister.
Okay. They still insist. So I usually say you choose your friends. So let's say, for instance, this person you have already identified, she is not, doesn't have the same values with you. She is not going to insist and decide for you. You are the one that has to insist that we cannot be friends. And you have to communicate it clearly. You can also give your reasons that based on these values, based on this, it may be someone who doesn't believe in integrity. And for you, you're big on integrity. You can tell the person, based on this, we cannot be friends. It can be someone who has a different belief system. Maybe you are a Christian, right? And the person has a different belief altogether. Romantic relationship, and the person is insisting, and you are in school. So I've already said it. No. So there are things you need to decide now, that as you're going into the school, you're not going to meddle. You're not going to engage in what? Romantic relationship. So it is your decision, right? And I mentioned standard. What is your standard? I am not going to have what? A romantic what? Relationship. And you stand on it. The person is not going, I don't think the person is going to put any rope on your neck. Now, there's something I see some young girls doing recently. You see them wearing a ring here, right? I don't know if you have seen some of them. Now, many of them, they call it purity ring. Purity ring. Some of them, I don't know for others, but I know some that I work with. They call it purity ring. It is a reminder for them, right? A reminder. So for every time they see that ring, they are reminded that they are not going to lose their virginity. So that is a standard. Now, someone comes with romantic, the things about romantic relationships, it's not just what you're seeing. It's deeper than I love you. It's deeper. So you don't even want to start, right? Especially for the girls. There are a lot of things as girls. So I'm sorry, I'm a girl, so I was a girl. Oh, I'm still a girl. That I understand that the guys, right, know that you may not know. So for your own, it may just be, oh, I'm in love. That's just where you are. The guy is thinking of another thing. And that plan, you don't even know where that plan is or how the extent. Do you get? And you don't even want to get into the wrong hands where they put things in, they drink and things like that, and other things will snowball. So that's why don't even what? Start. And stay on it. So if you bend your standard, that means you don't have any standard and anything can happen. So stay on it and insist. In one of the lines, I said be consistent. Stay on it and be consistent and insist. Don't be emotional about it, right? Don't let the person emotionally blackmail you. Because guys can talk. Because as long as you listen, before you know it, you're swept off. That's why they'll say you fell in love. You will just fall. So don't even give room for that so that you don't. Guys can, it's like they put something in their mouth. They will sweep talk you. And we know for ladies, we like what we hear. So don't even start hearing so that you don't. I hope. Okay. Please give her my link. Sorry.
There was a Jambite then in school, and there was this. Everybody knows the guy as a cultist. In fact, he looks it. He looks the path. Very rugged, and he was in final year, and was in the same course as I was studying. So we always will see. We'll always see. So one day, I didn't know the guy has had his eyes on me. True. And then that day after lecture, one of the lectures, this October rush. It was October. I just came now. So that's how they just he just double crossed me. Hey, fine girl. I started talking, toasting. So, but then, before I even got into school, I told myself I was just going to identify where do I belong. So my strategy was, I told the guy, I'm a Nifasian. He said he too is a Nifasian. I said, I'm not just a church goer. He said, who says that he's a church goer? I said, I'm deep into this thing. See, this Christianity, my own is not one leg in here, one leg out here. So I'm in. And I'm not into this kind of thing you want to start now. He now looked again. I said, no be you. And they watch you for this campus. And that was one guard that kept, for me, it was a guard. I must not fail God. Do you understand? So when Dr. Sandra says, be consistent, know who you are, stand your ground. It's very important. Until he graduated, he was in final year. Even though he had gone, I made a promise to God I wasn't going to give in. So another thing I wanted to point out is, it's not just the cultists and all the bad boys that come. There are also some people inside church, some people inside fellowship. Their eyes are on you. And some people think time is going fast. Let us settle. Be careful. Just know what you want. A lot of people enter school, they don't even know themselves. They're still learning to learn themselves. They don't know what they want. They don't know what they like. Don't let people decide for you. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Woo! Thank you. Don't smell what you're not ready to eat. Don't start what you cannot finish. Plenty. Doctor, please. Doctor wants to add to it. Let's hear from him.
Okay, thanks so much, Dr. IJ. I want to add my voice to this one. There was a case in Jos when I was in school. I'm a living witness to this one because I was in the fellowship, FCS, when the lady came up and was crying and weeping. What happened? The guy tried to get her. He couldn't. So he found out that he started tracing her. So he traced her to FCS and went to change his strategy. He joined FCS because of her. So he kept coming and kept coming. The guy told you that he is also an Ephesian. That's where my point is coming from. So from joining, they will take their time. They are like serpent. I'm talking to the ladies now. They will take their time. Yes. So he took his time. He kept coming to FCS. I'm telling you a life story. I was there. She was weeping. She came to share her experience. The guy took advantage of her. After a while, he started asking her tete-a-tete kind of study and prayer. Hold hands together to pray. I'm telling you a life story. She told us. I was there. But eventually, they started having time in, corners, some dark corners, and gradually, the guy took advantage of her. She fell for it. And then after that, her eyes opened. So she came to, I was at FCS that day. I was attending IFS, but that day somehow we had a combined program. We came, she was weeping and all those. So what am I trying to say? Stand your ground. You don't need to even, all in the name of being afraid, just give in. You know, some giving, stand your ground, no matter how much of, follow-ups that you see. Can I shock you? Of course, I'm a guy. When we stay in the hostel, as you are passing, they say, see this one? I've slept with her. That's what we say. Apologies to use we. Okay, that's what we guys say. Because I've been there. When we are sitting like that, you say, see this guy where they pass. They don't discuss you finish. All right? So be careful. And these people that are discussing you with are maybe people who have already thought that this person is, I like this person, and you don't know what that would have led to, But at the end of the day, because you gave in. So stand your ground, be firm, make your decision. Above all, before you get to school, have a mental picture of who you want to be. Let that drive you. And that was driving you. That helped you. If you were not there with a purpose, it's easier to give in. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you for adding to this. At least that's from the masculine angle. And he has told us a lot of things about guys, but those guys are not here. In Jesus' name. Are they here? Even if they were here today, they are going transformed. They've dropped all those nyama things. All right. So please, let's go in this might. Just to add to that part of the friendship. Hello. Now, you can be friendly, but doesn't mean that everybody is your friend. Some of us I'm a very friendly person, but I can count my friends. I don't know if they're up to 5 or 10. But I'm friendly. If you see me, hello, good morning. You think, this woman, she has 90 friends. Excuse me, I'm just friendly. So it doesn't mean that you are my friend. Okay? So that person could just be a friendly person. Those people, they may not be her friends. She may just get 1 or 2 persons, but she's friendly. That's a quality. It's in some of us. And we are likable people, like just get to the room and, hey, everybody. And you say, no, wow, she 2 girlfriends. Excuse me, 1 or 2 people in this room. And that's all. So please, that's just it. And want to say thank you at this point. And we have moments of reflection and affirmations. I'd like to invite Dr. Sandra to take us on this. And so maybe I should just be signing out for today. Dr. Ijoma, please get ready to help us with the closing remarks and vote of thanks. All right.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, let's share the affirmation and let's just indicate that we've got them quickly. Thank you. Quickly. Okay, so the essence of this is we would like you to have this affirmation. It can be in your Bible. It can be anywhere you think you can always reach out to it, that you can always maybe read it every day, every time. If it's possible for you to laminate it so that you can always have it, right? Or photocopy it. You can get it, you can stick it on your wardrobe. Usually, affirmations, I like putting them in front of my mirror or wardrobe so that daily I will see it. So it helps me remember. Whenever I'm dressing up, I will just say it. So, all right. So we're going to take it one after the other. Pathfinders to University affirmation. Today, I choose to believe in my potential. I am capable of achieving academic excellence. I have the wisdom to make the right choices for my future. I am disciplined, focused, and committed to my goals. Every challenge I face is preparing me for greater success. I learn with confidence, curiosity, and determination. I refuse to be limited by fear, doubt, or comparison. I am developing the skills, character, and resilience needed for university and beyond. I attract opportunities, scholarships, mentors, and favor. My dreams are valid, and I have what it takes to achieve them. I will use my gifts to make a positive impact in my community and the world. I am a leader, a problem solver, and a lifelong learner. I embrace growth, excellence, and integrity in all that I do. My future is bright, and I am prepared for every opportunity ahead. I am a pathfinder. I am ready. I am resilient. I am destined for greatness. And so shall it be in Jesus' name. So this is a prayer. It can be a prayer point. You can turn each into your prayer. And I believe that for everyone who is getting into the university and for those who are already there, we will see you at the top and we will look back and we see that these things that God has helped you to achieve them. Congratulations and thank you.
Okay, so this is my closing remarks. I really want to thank every one of us for coming and staying.
Sorry, before we close, we want to hear from a parent, one of our fathers, Mr. Zoke, please. He wants to say something before we close.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to sincerely appreciate this program. Like I told Dr. Akona, I didn't make a mistake of coming here. Presently, I started my MSc program recently, and my HOD said when he came to the school then, he came in as a student lecturer and was like, then we were leaving the school. And because my course advisor and my HOD said, over her dead body, will I have a first class in this department? That derailed me. During the presentation, some things will go on with you. You will be so surprised. Your own lecturer will be against your rising to your peak or your expectations before you leave in the house. Don't derail, because at a point, my friend advised me, let's just pick this thing again now. And we went to pick the phone, and the issue they said, after 8 years, you say you're not going to. Because of their attitude, I decided to leave academics because I wanted to be a lecturer. I left academic completely and entered into certifications and all that. People were saying, you're working in the oil and gas. Why? You wanted to. But because of this one, I told the HOD actually, 2022, I had a job in Okan, and he said there are students employing, they want to employ student graduates and all that. And I told her I have a better job. But if you have a dream or you want to do something, don't let any lecturer derail you or take you off your gap. Just aim at your targets and better yourself. I see you rising to the top in Jesus' name.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. There was one other comment, but I think he has gone. Your brother. He has gone. Okay, he wanted to make a comment as well. Thank you for sharing that, sir, because that's very valid. Some lecturers have their own personal issues. Okay, so don't let someone else's issues affect your own dream. So it's been an awesome time today. How many of us found value? Yeah. I think it was worthwhile. So as we come to the end of Pathfinders 1.0, I want you to remember one thing. So your university journey is not just about getting a degree. We've all heard that. It's about becoming the person who carry the future you are praying for. Did you get that? So there's a future you're praying for. And we want you to become the person that carries that future at the end. And it starts now. So with all the sessions that we've had today, we've learned about learning, how to learn, how to plan. We've learned about how to manage your money, how to manage relationships, setting boundaries and all, your spirituality, the choices that will shape your life, your future. But information only becomes valuable when you put it into practice. So if we live here and you decide, oh, that's another session, it will not benefit you. So part of my closing remarks is, please take out time. I know a lot of information has been released, Abby, but it's a good thing that you took down notes. So please go and take a look again. Don't just dump that your jotter. Look at it again and ask yourselves questions. Who do I want to be? Who do I want to be? Who am I? And then when you've answered those questions, make your plans. There are many moments when you will feel uncertain, overwhelmed, but remember that you may not have everything figured out today, but you are becoming. I think one of the MC said it severally. I am becoming something, and because I'm going somewhere, I will not be distracted. I want to appreciate the panelists. I want to appreciate our facilitators, very powerful facilitators. I want to appreciate our keynote speaker. I want to appreciate Stan Naomi for the tireless effort. I want to appreciate everyone who worked behind the scenes. Some people were just called up at the spur of the moment and they got up and did something. One of the panelists was chosen today. Hello. And she performed. She did what she was called to do. So I want to appreciate every one of you. Even the anchor did an excellent job. All the panelists, spot on with all the experiences you shared. Please don't stop. Our flyer was designed by one of you. That can earn you money. Yes, it can earn you money. Apart from AI, go and learn Canva. Go and learn how to use other applications. Okay? That stands you out. There are so many things that we have learned from here, and there are so many things that you can still learn. But you that came, if you didn't come, this program would not have been a success. So put your hands together for yourselves. I want us to know that without God, you cannot achieve anything. And then one of the speakers said, make sure that that part of your life is solid. Know God for yourself. So I want you to just close your eyes. Close your eyes. In a moment, just think about all that you have heard today. Some things might not still be very clear. Note them in your hearts. If you want, you can just take a note, write them down. And I want you to ask God to help you. One of the names of God is Ebenezer, my stone of help. None of us knows it all. None of us have figured out life. But we have Ebenezer. He's our stone of help. For some, it could be finances. You don't even know where your school fees will come from. But we have a stone of help. I want you to ask the Lord to help you. I want you to just tell God, I am counting on you. I'm counting on you. I can't do this without you. There's so much, but I want you to help me every step of the way. I'm going to practice what I have learned today. Please talk to God. It's personal conversations. Lord, I'm going to try to practice what I have learned today, but I need your help. I need your help. I don't want to fail God. I don't want to fail you, God. Talk to God. I don't want to fail you. I don't want to fail myself. I know where I'm going to. I don't want to fail my parents. I want to put a smile on your face. And Lord, I know that university is not even the ultimate. There's life after university. But Lord, use this season to prepare me. Pray. Talk to God. Father, please use this season to prepare me. Use this university season to prepare me. I don't want to miss it. Lord, I came here because I don't want to miss it. I've seen a lot of people that misfire that life. We've heard stories, people who were misled. Lord, I don't want to be misled. Help me. I need your help. I need your help. Without you, I can do nothing. And if this is your sincere prayer, you just want to say amen as we pray together. Father, we thank you. Thank you for this session today. We appreciate you greatly. You are the one that made it come to pass. Thank you for all the beautiful words that we have heard, the counsels, the instructions. Thank you for these beautiful children of yours that have gathered today to sit at your feet and to hear you speak. Thank you for speaking through all the facilitators. We know that you brooded over the messages that we heard today. And we know that these words will produce fruit that will abide. I pray for every heart that is crying out for your help. I ask, oh Lord, that you will help them. Lord, help them to achieve their goals. Help them to become all that you have created them to be. Help them to live a purposeful life. Father, we want to see these ones at the top. I've seen countless young people also who have listened to counsels and their lives have turned out good, better, even best. Lord, I pray that these ones will have greater testimonies in the mighty name of Jesus. We stand against anything that would derail them. We ask that your spirit will prompt them at every point in time in the mighty name of Jesus. Lord, we ask that as they meditate upon your word, as they look at the affirmations as well, and as they think through all that they have learned today, I ask that you will speak more to them, oh God. And Lord, make the words they've heard today personal. Lord, I do not just be a general thing that has been spoken today. Lord, let it become personal for every one of them in the mighty name of Jesus. Lord, we commend them into your hands. We commit them into your hands. And we ask, oh Lord, that you will keep them. They will go through school and they'll become all that you have created them to be. And in life, they will excel. Lord, they will be wise in every dealing. Lord, these ones will stand out and stand out to be excellent children, ambassadors of yours, wherever they find themselves. Thank you, faithful God. We pray that Pathfinders 2.0 will be greater than this. We give you all the glory. Thank you for the provision. Thank you for fair weather. Thank you for safety. You brought the children and you will take them back home safely. Thank you for blessing us in amazing ways. Be thou exalted. In Jesus' mighty name we have prayed. Amen. I think you want to announce about the... Okay, I wanted to talk about that a WhatsApp group will be created. Am I right, Naomi? Yes. And then also to seek your permission that you should be added there. So just a platform where you can ask questions, where Never can tell. Maybe tomorrow we want panelists, right? You can also come and share your experiences there. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ijema. And for those of us that came from Boni, Finima, the bus will be opposite the bread shop. Okay, the bread shop car park. And so just make sure you drop your passes there. Now, please, just drop it with, as you're stepping out, drop it with Madam Margaret. That's it. And then you need counseling. You have a question you felt you couldn't ask here. You're a male. You can comfortable to speak with Dr. Ajogo, or you can speak with me on anything. And then, of course, from the WhatsApp group, you can reach out to any of